Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs After School. We're hacking all the things. All right, so let's talk about what we're doing today, and let's move on to our schedule. Just a second. Okay, so this is week 49, and we're doing Monday. So we're going to have two streams this week. Normally we have three. We do Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Unfortunately, I have an event to attend on Wednesday, so I'm not going to be able to do the Wednesday stream. But we are going to be able to do the Monday stream, which is today, and the Friday stream, which is going to be December 5th. So what do we have going on today? So today we're going to be doing Advent of Cyber over at TryHackMe.com. This is a 25-day event which starts on the 1st of December and goes on to the 25th. And there are prizes and there are lots of fun things to learn. So we're going to be doing that in the first hour of today's stream. So in the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing our HackerFrogs After School course, and we're going to be doing some network hacking today, and we're going to be learning about how to do web app security, web app enumeration. Because on networks, the most common type of service that you're going to see is the HTTP and the HTTPS service, which are web pages. We're going to be learning about that in the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing some advanced Linux challenges. We're going to be doing them over at this website over here called CmdChallenge.com. CmdChallenge.com is a place where you can learn about using different commands on the Linux command line. And if you want to take a look, you can go over to this website and check it out. And that's the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth hour of today's stream, or the fourth and fifth hours, we'll see what's going on. We're going to be doing a demo and an interview with our good friend Airman. So Airman is a member. Well, he's one of the really big members of the Vancouver cybersecurity scene, and I'm going to be very, very happy to see him do an interview. He's also going to do a Docker demonstration. Airman does a lot of stuff with Docker, and he's going to be talking all about Docker and how you can use Docker, and just some basics of how it works. All right, Manly Mutt, hello, and thank you very much for the, what is that emote? That is the Panda Notes emote. Thank you very much. Okay, so without further ado, let's get into the first topic of the day. So let me go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock. And we're going to be doing the room over at TryHackMe.com. If you don't have an account over at TryHackMe.com, you can make one for free. Everything that we're doing today is free. Day 1 of Advent is fun, says Bit008. Yeah, I agree. This is a pretty good challenge, and you can find it over at this link right here. So after you've logged into your TryHackMe website, you can go over to this room. And I'm just going to reset my progress over here. And then so I can show everybody what it looks like when you're just coming into this room for the first time. I guess I can also leave the room to show everybody what it looks like just completely bare. Okay. Okay, so let me set up my walkthrough over here. So I did this earlier in the morning, and I did a little bit of I wrote a walkthrough for this particular room. And while we're doing the walkthrough, we'll talk about the concepts that we're going to be needing to use to complete the challenge. Okay, so let's start. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the first day of the Advent of Cyber event over at TryHackMe.com. This room is called Linux CLI Shells Bells. All right, so the first thing you want to do when you come up on any of these rooms is you want to join the room. So you can go ahead and click on the green Join Room button. And I guess I'll take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event. So the Advent of Cyber event is a 25-day event, which runs from the 1st of December until the 25th of December. And each day you can come back to tryhackme.com and you can do a room which showcases different parts of cybersecurity. So one day it might be talking about Linux stuff. The next day it might be talking about about going through logs for different bad actors or something like that. And on another day, it might teach you about shell coding or about new technologies. Each day is a little bit different, and you're going to be exposed to a lot of different technologies through this event. So let's go ahead and start this first day over here. So it says Linux CLI shells bells. So for each one of these, for each one of these rooms, generally what you want to do is you want to click into the first task, and it'll tell you what it's all about. So there's a storyline going on with this going along with this event. So what I can do is I can read a little bit about what's going on, and hopefully it'll help us better understand. So I'll put on my best storyteller's voice, and let's go. The unthinkable has happened. McSkitty has been kidnapped. Without her, Wareville's defenses are faltering, and Christmas itself hangs by a thread. But panic won't save the season. A long road lies ahead to uncover what truly happened. The TBFC, Best Festival Company, team already brainstorms what to do next, and their first lead points to the TBFC Web 01, a Linux server processing Christmas wish lists. Somewhere within its data may lie the truth, traces of McSkitty's final actions, or perhaps the clues to King Malhair's twisted vision for Eastmas. Okay, so we've got our bad guys for this particular event. It's these rabbits who are trying to take over Christmas and make it Easter. I'm not completely sure. So what's going on for today's learning objectives? Learn the basics of Linux command line interface, CLI, explore its use for personal objectives in IT administration, and apply your knowledge to unveil the Christmas mysteries. So for each one of these machines, we want to, Mr. Codenbeast says, bad bunnies. I guess they're bad bunnies in this case. So for each one of these rooms, it'll tell us what we need to do. So do we need to start the attack box today? That's no. Do we need to start a VM today? That's yes. Is there split screen available? Yes. Is there a direct link available? No. Am I given credentials connect to directly via VM via RDP, VNC, or SSH? Yes. So it says start the lab by clicking on the start machine button below. So we can click on this button over here to start the virtual machine we need to use to solve today's challenge. SciSpog says, this is my type feed, And hello, Mr. Codenbeast, nice to see you here. And while we're waiting for the machine to initialize, we can just take a look at what is going on inside this room. So if you want to connect yourself using your own machine, you could use these credentials right here. But for right now, all we need to do is we need to click on this checkbox over here that says, I have successfully started my virtual machine. So click on check. Okay, Silas says, this is my type of feed. No worries, no worries. Thank you very much for coming by. And so we can move on to task number 2. So we'll just click on task number 2. And it says, working with the Linux CLI. There's no graphical interface on this server, so how do we look for clues? So who needs a GUI? So graphical interfaces are called GUIs, and what we're dealing with here is CLIs, or command line interfaces. So it's basically a terminal where you can type in all of your commands. Okay, so we can use a bunch of different commands on the terminal here to achieve different goals on the file server over here. So it says here that we can type in this command over here to echo hello world. So echo space, and then between some quotes, we'll put in hello world. Okay, and that'll just print out the message hello world. So we're going to be talking about a bunch of different commands we can use to do different things on the file system, and that's what we're going to be doing today. So it talks about navigating the file system. So the file system uses a lot of different commands. After you've been practicing using the commands, they'll become very, very natural to use. So for example, we can use the ls command to see what's in the current directory over here. So we've got some directories, we got some files, and we can also do the pwd command to print the working directory. So in the file system, you can think of it as going to different locations in a building, or I guess you could use a bunch of different analogies. Mr. Carnaby says, so basic stuff. Yeah, so we're just doing some basics in today's exercise. So let's see, what else? It's asking us to go into the guides directory using the cd command. So cd is a command you can use to change directories. And we saw from the ls command that there were a bunch of different directories here. So there's the desktop directory, downloads, music, etc. They want us to move into the guides directory. So you can do cd space and then the name of the directory, guides, and then move into it. So from here we can take a look at what's inside this directory with the ls command. So we don't see anything here. Let's see, awaits on YouTube asks, are you doing the side quest or no? So we're not prioritizing doing the side quest. If we've got some extra time, we might go in and try to do the side quest. But primarily I want to get the main content done, which is not the side quest. If we've got time, we'll try and do the side quest. But yeah, stick around. Awaits. Thank you very much. Okay, so SD4 Winner asks, what are we doing here? So we're doing the first day of this event called Advent of Cyber, and you can find it over here. You can make a free account over at the website tryhackme.com, and you can participate with us. All right, so we moved into the new directory called guides, but we still don't see anything. So the reason is because of something called hidden files and hidden directories. So I can go back to my walkthrough here. And so the first question they're going to ask us is, which CLI command would you use to list a directory? So to list a directory, you need to use the ls command. So the ls command is used to list out a directory's contents when using the CLI command line interface terminal. So the second question is, what flag did you see inside of the McSkitty's guide? So when we moved into the guide directory here, we tried to use the ls command, but we weren't able to see anything. So sorry, let's go over here. So ls doesn't show us anything. The reason is because there's a hidden file inside of here. So hidden files are files that start with the dot inside of a Linux file system. So if we run ls with this extra little bit, ls-a, then we'll be able to see the hidden files and directories. So here we see there's one file in here that is a hidden file. It's called .guide.txt. So what they want us to do is they want us to read this hidden directory. We can do that with the cat command. So anytime we want to read a file inside of Linux, we can type in the word cat and then space, and then the name of the file we want to read. So cat space .guide.txt. Okay, and we get this message here. I think King Melhair from HopSec Island is preparing for an attack. Not sure what his goal is, but exploits on our servers are not good. Be ready to protect Christmas by following this Linux guide. Check the var log and grep inside. Let the logs become your guide. Look for eggs that want to hide and check their shells for what's inside. So PS, great job finding this guide. Your flag is this. So we're going to be using this flag to answer some questions a little bit later today. That's the first flag for sure. All right. So let's keep on going down with what is going on here. So looking for the hidden guide, we just did that using the ls-a flag, which shows the hidden files. Okay, so the next thing they want us to do is they want us to grep the logs. So inside of the Linux file system here, there are a bunch of different directories, and this directory right here, the /var/log directory, is where all of the system's logs are located. So we can move to that directory using the cd command. By the way, anytime you're on the terminal and you don't want to see all the stuff on the screen, you can always clear the terminal and go back up to the top of the screen using the clear command. So just type in clear, hit enter, and that's going to clear the screen and send you back up to the top. So we can move into the var log directory by giving the file address. So it's cd space /var/log. So we're going to move into this directory now, and then we can see that when we print out our current directory, we're in var/log. So what's in this directory? There's a bunch of log files in here. Most of the log files have the .log extension, but not all of them. So there are a bunch of logs here. They want us to look in a specific log. So the name of the file is called auth.log, eath.log. And what we want to do is we want to look for any lines inside that file that say failed password. So let's say TNCon asks, how can I find the second pass? The second pass phrase or the second pass word. So we'll talk about that in just a second. Okay, so what they want us to do now is they want us to use the grep command on the auth.log file to look for lines that have the word failed password in them. So what we can do is we can run the command grep failed password to auth.log. So we're looking inside the auth.log file for any lines in the file that say failed password using this grep command right here. So grep is a very, very important command. It's very good for finding little bits of information inside of files. When we run that command, we see that there are a lot of lines here that include the word failed password. So we see here that most of them come from the root user, and we can see that over here. So from root or root on here, for root something something. So we can also, awaits says it's in a Git folder. Okay, that's good to know for a little bit later. But thank you very much, awaits. We'll probably be hunting down those different pieces of the side quest a little bit later today. Thank you. Solidify Orbiter, recommend creating your own notes as you pass by. Don't want to ruin it for you guys. Yeah. We're all trying to find all the secrets on the system. Thank you. Okay, so what we can do is we can look for failed password, but we can also get rid of any lines that include the root user and see what other users there were failed passwords for. So we can run the same command. We can run the pipe, which will pass this output here into the input for the next command, which is another grep command, and we're not looking for lines with root in them. Okay, and in that case, we see here there's somebody tried to log in as admin, username, Apple Manager, sem8, deployer. So what we can kind of understand here is that somebody was trying to do a brute force attack on this server. They were trying to figure out which names were valid on this server by trying to use as many usernames as possible. So this was a type of attack. Bit says the side quest is tough. It took some time to solve it also. Yeah, apparently you have to look in a bunch of different a bunch of different locations in the file system. I read a little bit about the clues earlier today. Okay, so they say here that there was this one particular user. So failed password for sockmess. Failed password for sockmess. Eggbox. I mean, we could probably find this inside the log as well. So we're going to run the grep command again, but instead of grepping for failed password, we're going to grep for this username. So the username is eggbox196. And we see here that there's a bunch of failed password attempts for this particular user. Okay, let's move on to the next part. Okay, Stick Lego says, sorry for being late. Are we on the side quest? No, we're on the main content right now. We'll try to do the side quest after we finish the main stuff. You can get the second pass by reading the readmeplease.txt file. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we'll come on that pretty soon. Okay, so the next section is called Finding the Files. So what we need to do here is they're trying to get us to run a find command to look for any files that have the name egg inside of it. So what we can do is run the find command. The find command is used to find certain files in the system according to specific criteria. So the criteria could be a name, they could be a file owner, they could be like files of a certain size, etc., etc. Most of the time, we're going to be looking for files of a specific name. So in this case, we're going to look for files called egg, and the stars on the at the start of the word egg and at the end of the word egg, they're basically wildcard characters. It means that the file can have the word egg in the middle of the name. It could have the word egg at the beginning of the file, or it could have the word egg at the end of the file name. So we can go ahead and look for those files. We'll also put all of our error messages into the dev null device. So the dev null device is basically a trash can inside of Linux, and we're putting all of the error messages. So the number 2 stands for error messages in Linux, and we're just going to try to find this file called egg in the file system. So specifically, we're looking in the entire file system by giving the slash here as the first argument to the find command. Okay, so wow, there is a lot of egg files apparently. Okay, so if we know that the file name is actually egg strike, we could probably look for that instead, and I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to find not egg but egg strike, because apparently that's the name of the file that we want to look for. Okay, so when we look for specifically egg strike, we should get the file in just a bit. Or maybe we won't. Okay, so I guess specifically we could look for the file called eggstrike.sh. So let's go ahead and do that. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Eggstrike.sh. So a .sh file is specifically a bash script that has a bunch of Linux or bash instructions inside. Games GVG says the machines today are really slow. I'm guessing that there's a lot of people doing these machines for this event, so it's not too surprising. Okay, WH asked, does anybody know what you're supposed to do after you've obtained your side quest key? So apparently after the side quest key after you have the entire side quest key, you're supposed to use it to decrypt something. So there's probably going to be an encrypted file inside of the McSkitty directory, and we'll take a look at it a little bit later. But yeah, you're supposed to use the key to decrypt a file. I'm guessing it's going to be like a GPP, like a PGP key or something like that, or a PGP encrypted file. Okay, so analyzing the egg strike. So what we want to do is we want to run a cat command on this eggstrike.sh file, because we're going to be, well, it has a flag that we're going to be needing for later. So just cat and then copy the entire file address for this eggstrike.sh file, then paste it in. This is probably the best way to type in really long file addresses, because you definitely don't want to make a typo while you're typing these out. Okay, so it says your flag is THM Sir Carrot Bane attacks. So we can record this somewhere because we're going to be needing it for one of the questions later. But more importantly, well, less importantly, there's a bunch of different commands inside of here as well. So cat wishlist.txt, sort unique, and then put it into a file called dump.txt. So then we delete the wishlist.txt file and then echo out Christmas is fading, and then we rename eastmas.txt into wishlist.txt and echo out Eastmas is invading, and then that's what the script does. Okay, let's move on to the next step. Then you get an egg. Then we get an egg. Okay, so egg strike, and what else do they want us to do? So it talks about some CLI features, and if you're interested, you can take a look at what these what these different parts of the Linux CLI are doing. So the pipe symbol, the redirect symbol, and the double ampersand symbol. So the pipe symbol lets you pass output of one command into the input of another command. It lets you chain different commands together, and it's very, very useful. The redirect over here, is that a greater than sign? The greater than sign and double greater than sign, they're used to overwrite a file or append to the end. So I can demonstrate real quick over here. We'll move into the temp directory for this. So we can echo out a message. So HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and then we can redirect that into a file called test.txt. So after we do that, we see that we've got test.txt in here, and we will, why is the connection so weird? Cat test.txt, we've got our stuff in there. So we can also add on to it by echoing out something else. So for example, this is more stuff, and we will double greater than into test.txt. And then when we print it out, we see that we've added on to the file like this. Okay, and so let's move on. So Sir Carrot Bane attacks. So I guess this is one of the bad guys in this particular story. And what do they want us to do? Okay. They're teaching us about the root user in this case. So our user right now is the McSkitty user. If you type in who am I, it'll tell you what your user account name is. And there are certain files that we can't read. For example, the etc shadow file that has all of the password hashes for all the users. We could try reading this, so cat etc shadow, but it's going to give us a permission denied error message here. The reason is because we don't own this file and we don't have permissions to read it. So what we can do now is we can become the root user. So if we're using a administrator level account, like we are over here for McSkitty, we can switch users with the su command. But to become the root user, you have to add something else onto the end, well, to the beginning of it, which is sudo. So the sudo command is going to take the next command, and it's going to run it as the root user, which is the highest level user on the system. So if we run sudo su for switch user, we will become the root user. So the root user has complete control over the entire file system. One way to know that you're running as the root user is usually the root user would have an octothorpe instead of a dollar sign here, but in this case it's not. So I'm wondering what's going on there. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. So there's a readme please.txt. There's a password fragment 2. Okay. Yeah, we might take a look at that a little bit later. But for now, I just want to get through the main materials. Okay, so we gave the sudo su command to become the root user now. And after we do that, we can go into the root directory. So on a Linux file system, the root directory, which you can find in the top of a directory, this is the most secure place inside of a Linux file system because it's the home directory of the root user. So normally we wouldn't be able to enter this directory unless we are the root user, but we are the root user right now. So we're just going to enter that directory, and we see here that there is a bash history file here. So for each user on the Linux file system, they're going to have a bash history file that has all of the commands that user has run in the past on the terminal. So this is good for recalling certain commands that he did in the past, but it can also be a security risk because if you type anything sensitive into the terminal, it'll get recorded by bash history. So let's go ahead and read the file. So Felipe, hello, nice to see you here. What's up? Uh, I'm not a master. I'm just here to help people learn about cybersecurity stuff. But thank you for the compliment. All right, so we can just read this .bash history file like any other file with the cat command. And we see here that there is a flag. So the flag we're looking for next is this one over here, THM until we meet again. Okay, so we were able to, we also see all the other commands that were run from this root account as well. So we can see all of the other commands that we just ran over here. And sometimes when you're doing CTF exercises, these kind of history files are very, very good places to look when you're looking for sensitive information. So let's go ahead and move on to the next thing. So we read the .bash history file, and we're moving on to the questions. Okay, so we'll answer the questions, and then we'll move on to the bonus materials. Okay, so let me just put it over here. Which CLI command would you use to list a directory? So the command is ls. Okay, and then which command helped you filter the logs for failed logins? So when you're trying to filter out some file contents, you definitely want to use the grep command. So grep is the answer. Okay, and the next question is, which command would you run to switch to the root user? So the root user is you would switch to the root user using the sudo su command. So sudo su. Okay, and then finally, what flag did Sir Carrotbane leave in the root bash history? Okay, so the root bash history, we found it. It was this one over here. Just a second. THM until we meet again. So we can just copy this. So paste it in. Okay. All right, so for all of those who consider themselves intermediate and want another challenge, check McSkitty's hidden note in /home McSkitty documents to get access to the key for side quest 1. So the side quests are something that happen every year. It started a couple of years ago over at TryHackMe, but every Christmas event has a side quest, which is a more difficult series of challenges. We're going to be focusing on the main content. We might do the side content as a sort of bonus, but let's move on. So check this, and then we're going to complete the room by clicking on this button over here. Okay, and now we're done. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day 1 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event, the Linux CLI Shells Bells room. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. It's just something I have to record for YouTube. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, so we can go ahead and hunt around for the extra flags. So how are we going to do that? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this this virtual machine in its own window. So we can click on this button here, View in Full Screen, and we're going to get our VM in full screen, which is a lot better for hunting around and using the darn thing. Okay, so the terminal is here. Can I? Okay. So I'm just going to put it over here. I think I can make it a little bit. We can make it a little bit bigger, and we're looking inside of home. We're looking for McSkitty stuff, right? So we're going to switch over back to the McSkitty account. Okay, and where did they say the files were? I can split this view. Okay, let's go all the way down. Okay, we're looking for home McSkitty documents. Okay, let's go there. Documents. All right, and readme please. So readme please, let's take a look. And clues, one for each egg. I ride with your session, not with your chest of files. Open the little bag your shell carries when you arrive. So this is the first clue. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was, who was it? Await, I think? Awaits 9251, yeah. They said something about a .get file. So let's see. Number 2, the trees of today, the rings remembered yesterday, read the ledger's older pages. The ledger's older pages, scroll up. From McSkitty, whoever finds this, I had a short second when no one was watching, I used it. I've managed to place a few clues around the account. If you can get into the user below, and look carefully, those 3 little Easter eggs will combine into a passcode that unlocks a further message that I encrypted in the home eddynap documents directory. Okay, so the file that we're looking for is in this directory here. That's the directory. Okay, access the user account, eddynap something's coming. So I guess what we need to do is we need to become this user. So eddy_nap, let's log in as that user. So switch user, eddynap, is that how you spell it? Hold on, let me check. eddynap, okay, then we'll paste in his password, and now we are this user. Okay, and so they combine to form a passcode to open my encrypted vault. So the encrypted vault is probably some sort of encrypted file. TNCon says, I'm looking at the .secret git folder for more information and still haven't found the flag yet. Okay, so they're probably talking about the ledger's older pages. We're talking about git history. So we can probably look at the git history with the git log command to find that hidden stuff. But let's start with the first one. So I ride with your session, not with your chest of files. I ride with your session, open the little bag your sherry carries with you when you arrive. So I think this might be referencing the env environment variable. So do I need to restore the file called secretnote.txt? So TNCon, I think what we need to do is we need to look at the contents of the file. You don't need to restore the file, you just need to see what was committed to it or what the contents of the file are. That's probably going to be in the git logs. Okay, so there's probably the password fragment in here as well. Okay, let's see what's in here. Shell bash, password frag. So the password fragment 1 is this right here. So I guess I guess I could keep track of this on my GitHub as well. Sure, why not? Okay, so let's make one for this. So this is walkthroughs. This is TryHackMe. Advent of Cyber 2025. And I guess we'll call this side quest 1. We'll call this side 01. And we'll just record some stuff here. So the URL, it's from day 1. And the concept, we don't know what the concept is. I guess the concept is like hunting around a Linux file system. Okay, and the method of solving the thing. So we're given some credentials. We are given credentials. So when we record credentials, we generally like to put a how do you spell that? We generally like to put a colon between the username and the password. The password, let me grab that password. So the password is here, something's coming. Okay, let's just copy that and over to our new file. Okay, so we're given credentials. We are supposed to use this account to find the fragments for the password. We are given this set of clues. Okay, and I'll just record the literal file contents over here. Clues, 1 for each egg. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so we'll just paste in the message over here, and let's talk about the first one. So the first clue is referencing the environment, the env environment variables for a user session in Linux. Type in env and we'll see the first password fragment in the variable values. Okay, so the first one is, let's record it. This one over here. Easter something something. So if you're hunting around along with us, this is the first thing. Okay, so the second one the second clue is referencing GitHub repositories, or Git repositories, not GitHub. So Git repositories, and we can look for a repository that this user has access to. Okay, so somebody mentioned what the directory was. I guess we can take a look. Just a second. So Eddie Knapp, we go to their. Now, where is the .git, secret.git? So there's secret.git and there's secret.git.back as well. There's also a .secret directory that we might want to take a look at as well. Okay, MD Shamur, hello, nice to see you here. Your machine has expired. Did it expire? Let me try to add some time. Okay, hopefully it didn't actually expire. Okay, so let's go into the secret.git directory. So cd.secret git. Whoops. Okay, so we're in this directory. There's a bunch of stuff in here under the git directory here. We should be able to use some git commands here. It's been a while since I've used git, so there were a bunch of levels from another very well-known cybersecurity game called Bandit, and Bandit had a lot of levels that involved git. So I'm just going to look back at my notes for Over the Wire Bandit, and these were some of the last levels of the game. I think there were it starts at level 26 or so. Okay, it's not level 26. Let's try level 27. Okay, so there's a Git repository. So the password is, well, okay, we can check out but there's no README directory here, is there? I guess we could check. So inside the Git directory, there's a README. No, there's no README here. Okay, so what we can do, git log p says awaits. Thank you. I was trying to get there eventually. Okay, so this was let's see, Bandit 28. I think we talk about it in Bandit 28. So let's see, git log p, right. So taking a look at the history for the README, we can do this, git log p. And thank you very much, Raymond Dakigan, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's take a look. So git log p. Okay, so we see here that there is remove sensitive note, diff get secret note, a secret note.txt. So we're probably looking for, we hid things to buy time, passfrag to, oh, okay. So they deleted the passfrag2 from here, right? Games GPG says, I did git show and it worked for me. Git show? Remove sensitive note, added a private note. Let's see. So secret note.txt in the B directory. Okay, so let's move into the directory. And, well, I mean, we could look for this secret note.txt file. We probably won't find it, but we can find in the current directory name, secret. How did they spell that? How did they spell the name of that file? Secret underscore note.txt. Okay, so find dot name secret underscore note.txt, and it's not here. Okay, well, I mean, that's fine. Git show. I guess that's another thing we could do. So the reason why I look back at my previous notes is that I covered like the same kind of technologies in some other game, but we also see the branches here. We can check out a branch. Somebody said that they used git show and it worked for them. Games GVG. Okay. The last commit, they deleted the directory so it doesn't exist. Hold on. Let's go back. Git show. There's a remove secret note. Okay, so it is not here. What else could we take a look at? So take a look at the logs for this branch, git log p, the password is here, okay. Git checkout branches. So are there any other branches for the repo? So we can figure out if that's the case with the git branch command. Actually, I should have done that from another git show. Not a git repository. Am I not? Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. We have to move into the secret git. Okay, and then we'll try git show. Okay, git show doesn't work here. You found the flag already, it's there. Passfrag2. Huh. Oh, passfrag2 is. I thought this was just some weird little thing. Okay, well, sure, let's go ahead and this was also in the whatever, right? It was in the git log. So git log -p. We found the same thing. So private note from Mxkitty, we hid things to buy time. Yeah. So it's Eastmas is coming. I guess that's I'm guessing that's the answer then. Okay, so the second clue is referencing Git repositories. We can look for a repository that this user has access to. The directory we're supposed to look in is, what was it, home/home/eddy_nap/.secret_git. Okay, and we use this command to see the git logs. So git log -p. The second fragment is this. Fragment is, okay, so what was it? Let's go back. This thing, it is, this does not obviously look like a fragment, but anyways, this thing. Okay, so the third clue is what? So when pixels sleep, their tails sometimes whisper plain words. Listen to the tail. When pixels sleep, it will make sense. It will make sense, don't worry. You have the answer. The red lines show you the line that the lines that were deleted. Thank you. Thank you, YTA Drake. I don't work with Git too often, but yeah, that's some handy stuff to know. Okay, so the third one is when pixels sleep, their tails sometimes whisper plain words. Listen to the tail. So find the fragments, join them in order. So the third clue is, I'm guessing that it's talking about steganography or something, but there's nothing. It has to be something that's specific to this user account, right? Pixel sleep is a weird clue. So when I hear the word tail, I think of the tail command. But listen to the tail. So the other thing that I've noticed in this directory was that there was a secret directory in here. So .secret, and I'm wondering if it's supposed to be in there. So we got oh, this is the file that we're supposed to decode, or we're supposed to decrypt this file. So this is a GPG file, which is I'm guessing this is an encrypted tar file. So tar or GZ, it's a compressed, it's an archive file. So how can we find the final secret or the final piece? So when pixels sleep, their tails sometimes whisper plain words. Read the riddle again. Clues, one for each egg. I ride with your session. That's the first one. The second one is the tree. The third one is when pixels sleep. Their tails sometimes whisper plain words. Just number 3. Their tails sometimes whisper plain words. Listen to the tail. Strings? So it might be strings. So we might be running strings on some sort of binary file. Pixels sleep. It might be reference to like a picture file. Pixels are we're usually talking about images. So where are there images in this directory? So it's going to be a PNG file or a JPEG file. Poke around and look for pictures. So find / user eddynap name star.jpg. Okay, see if anything comes out. Oh, there's a pictures directory, that's true. And there's a bunch of pictures in this directory. All right, let's take a look. So cd pictures. Okay, and photo meta, there's a photo meta.txt file. That's kind of funny. camera, generic model, note backup. Note backup, okay. Generic model, note. So these are all the same thing. Okay, await says I got lost here for 30 minutes. It's so simple. Also list the hidden ones as well. Yeah, we should probably look for hidden stuff since we're doing some dot dot Easter egg dot hidden pick. Okay, that's dot Easter egg. We might as well take a look at this thing. Okay, cat Easter egg. Okay, so this is it. So the password 3 is this part. Okay, let's write about it, and then we will continue on to the last step. It took so long. Yeah, sometimes when you miss like a very simple thing, you can waste a lot of time. But thanks for letting us know. Okay, so the third clue is referencing pixels, which could mean pictures or digital pictures. And there's a pictures directory for our user. Okay, in that directory, there is a .Easter egg file that we can read to get the final part of the password. Okay, just gotta highlight this. Okay, so the entire thing is Easter is coming, so the entire password is 3AST is okay, so this is the entire thing. Just in case anybody's playing along at home, this is the thing we're working with. So what we need to do now is we need to decrypt the file that is in the secrets directory. So in the .secrets directory, in this user's home directory, there is an encrypted there's an encrypted file. Okay, let's go ahead and go there. And so Easter is coming. Let me grab the password from the chat. Ooh. Okay. I need to paste it into this clipboard here. So when you're dealing with the attack box, sometimes you need to paste into the clipboard of the thing itself. It's a little bit annoying, but it's fine if you know what's going on. Okay, Mango, it's nice doing labs with you. I'm going to try a different lab, makes it better. Awesome, awesome. No worries, Mango. Thank you. Thanks for coming by. Okay, so we got the password here, and let's move into .secret. Okay, and this is probably the file that we want to access. So how do we decrypt a .gpg file? So I'm gonna just do a quick Google search. How to decrypt .gpg file with password. Oh wait, it says I didn't know about that clipboard. Yeah, the clipboard is a bit, so GPT decrypt your file.gpg, and you need to use a passphrase. Okay, so I don't need a video, I just need a command line thing. So gpg -- decrypt. Okay, should be easy enough. GPG decrypt, or -d, I guess, and then file name. So file name is dir tar gz.gpg. Okay. Encrypted data. Problem with the agent, encrypted with one passphrase, decryption failed, bad session key. So we need to specify the session key. You need to, enter the passphrase when prompted. Oh, we need to save it to an output. Okay, so output is going to be output file. Yeah, let's do that. Output is going to be recommend using sudo privilege. Is it owned by root? It's owned by our user, so I don't think we need to use sudo in this case. Let me just try it with output. Output is going to be dir.tar.gz. Options, decrypt, file name. Okay, so the options need to be at the beginning. So dir.tar.gz. Let's give this a go. Okay, so it says bad session key. This user is not part of sudoers. Oh, this user is not part of sudoers. That's true. Sac3000. Hello, nice to see you here. And so how do we provide the passphrase? So it's encrypted with the passphrase GPG help. Okay, we need to specify their passphrase. Change passphrase. Decrypt. We tried to do decrypt. And Sac3000 says cool Christmas theme. Thank you, thank you. I tried my best. GPG decrypt file name. I think. Well, I mean, we tried that, but for some reason it didn't. Or dash dash. Well, we'll try the full thing. Decrypt. Yeah, so it doesn't give us the opportunity to do this. Switch to root and then gdbd-d file name, which would allow me to enter the passphrase. Huh, that's funny. That's funny that that you need to become the root user. Okay, let's switch over to the Mixkitty account. But let's see, switch user Mixkitty. We don't know Mixkitty's password. This user doesn't have sudo permissions. Okay, so I guess what we can do is we can just go back in with we'll just shut this down. We'll terminate the machine, then we'll go back in again. And then we'll become the root user then. Okay, how do we, let's start the machine again. We should be back in a couple minutes. Okay, we will turn on the machine. It says target machine is on. I thought we turned it off though. Show split view. Okay, split view is done, so I think we should be able to power it up again. Start machine. You can use the option -- passphrase. YTA Drake, thank you. I'll try that if becoming the root user. Okay, await says it's got its own subheader. Its own subheader. What are we talking about? Okay, so we'll be starting our HackerFrogs AfterSchool class in just a little bit. I just want to see if I can get the information for starting the side quest first. So let's give ourselves, I don't know, we'll give ourselves like 10 minutes to see if we can finish it off. If not, we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, use the micro LLMs for quick questions. Micro LLMs. Oh, you mean like this guy? So if you didn't know, you can always ask the LLM for some assistance on your TryHackMe. Oh, you know what? We could have asked this guy. Yeah, we could have asked this person how to use GPG. Okay, so yeah, let's how do you use GPG, or how do you use a passphrase to decrypt a GPG file? What is the command syntax? Okay, and then we'll just ask over here, and we've got so many windows open. All right, so this user here can become the root user. Sudo su here. Okay, well, now that we're the root user, we can go to anybody's directory. Home edinap. Okay, so GPG output file, output file. You want to specify an output file. You can use this. GPG decrypt file name.gpg. Okay, I mean, GPG decrypt dir this thing. Oh, everybody, you need to be able to spell if you want to get anything done. Please enter the passphrase for decryption. It's interesting that the user themselves is not able to get this prompt here, but the root user is. Okay, you can save tons of time by typing a prefix of the directory or folder, then hit tab. That's true. That's true. Let me get the passphrase. Easter is coming. Copy that, go back into here. Put this in the clipboard. Paste this in. And it looks like it didn't work, or it did work. Hold on. Let me copy it one more time. Okay, I think let's run the command again. Why did it not let me do it this time? GPT decrypt this thing. Now it's giving the same error message again. Out of Hack the Box, what local LLMs do you guys recommend? I recommend Quen Family. Local LLMs. I mean, I don't deal with local LLMs, but if anybody has some suggestions for SAC 3000, let us know. If you right-click, it pastes the clipboard into the machine. I'm confused, I didn't see this. Yeah, I mean, so somebody else suggested dash dash passphrase. So decrypt dash dash passphrase this thing. Now it says invalid data, etc., etc. If you want to specify an output file, you can use this. So we'll try GPG output file.txt. Output dir.tar.gz. Okay, so encrypted with one passphrase, bad key, bad session key. So the other way we could do this is we can do this without the terminal. We can just do it with the GUI. With the GUI, how do we start up a GUI session as the root user? I mean, I guess we could go to Ubuntu, Home, edinap, You didn't have permissions. Oh, can we start? Can we start a file explorer with I guess we would need to log in as the root user. That's where I'm stuck too. Yeah, why are we getting this? All right, all right. So we'll try asking the LLM here. Okay, copy this. We got this what was it? Error message when we tried to use GPG. Okay, paste in the thing. What does it have to say? It's a CLI room, so they removed they removed the GUI. I mean, the GUI is here. It's just that we're not. Okay, so it says we got this error message when you tried to use this thing. Okay, the error message indicates that there might be an issue with the passphrase used for decryption or the encrypted file itself. Here's the few things you can check: correct passphrase, file integrity. Okay, GPG version. Okay, so what GPG command syntax do we use to specify the passphrase? Okay, Bit says, I think GPG is rewriting the decryption with the passphrase you pasted before that was wrong somehow. Do GPG conf reload GPG agent. Okay. GPG conf reload GPG agent. Okay, and then try that again. Enter the passphrase for decryption. So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna type it in. I'll just try typing it in instead of pasting it in, because pasting it in got me in trouble last time. So this is the thing. Yeah, we're trying to get the side quest for day one working right now. Okay, so 3ASTERISC. Is that an O or a 0? O M1N capital G. Okay, it says bad session key. Oh, it was a 0. Okay, okay. If that was a 0, then if it was a 0, then I probably pasted it wrong entirely. Hold on. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. This is a 0. All right, let's try it one more time. One more time. Paste. Did that work? Hmm. Okay, okay, okay. Let's try it. Let's try typing it in manually one more time. Then we'll try decrypting. It asks for the passphrase. I don't know. Without hints, it's hard. Without hints, it's kind of hard. So 3AST 3R1SC0 capital M 1N capital G. Huh, it still says bad session key. So I might have missed something. Hack the Planet says, let's see. Curious if you have to be in user rather than root session. In the user session, I wasn't able to get the prompt to enter the key. But yeah, I'll come back to this. I'll come back to this later, and hopefully we can get it done. But for now, I'll just commit these changes. And we need to start our class. So we've got a class It's called HackerFrogs AfterSchool. And join us. Hold on. Let me terminate this machine. And let me get started. So if you're wondering what we're doing for the class, we're going to be working over here. We're going to be doing web app enumeration. Let's see. It should be in the documents directory, and you can actually do it. The documents directory, you're in the wrong directory. It should be in the documents directory. Okay, I'll keep that in mind when I revisit this. Tian Khan, thank you. Okay, so this is the document that we're working off of while we're doing our class. So let's start the class now. We're going to be working from TryHackMe again. So if you don't have an account, you can make one over at tryhackme.com for free. Okay. But for now, let's get out of here. Okay, here we go. All right, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Network Hacking session number 3. So this is the third session for network hacking, and let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So in the previous session, we went over some different protocols. So some different common protocols that we encounter when we do network hacking exercises. So the first one was the FTP service, otherwise known as File Transfer Protocol. It's a very common networking service that allows users to upload and download files. So we were interacting with it in a regular way to upload and download files. We also talked about the SMB service, which stands for Server Message Block. This is another file sharing protocol, but it's very commonly associated with the Windows OS. So most Windows systems have the SMB service, and it can be used to share files. So the third protocol that we were talking about was the Telnet protocol. So the Telnet is a very old protocol that was previously used for remote login. So nowadays people use SSH for remote login for CLI servers, but in the olden days they used Telnet, which was very, very insecure. Okay, Tiancon asks, do you have any suggestions for the roadmap learning AppSec? By AppSec, do you mean web app security? If you're asking about web app security, I can give you a number of links. If you're talking about, let's see, so education resources, we got a bunch of them over here for a few different categories. So stuff like binary hacking, cloud security, computer networking, cryptography. There are curated links over there. Some of them are more complete than others, but give it a shot. Okay, in this session, we're going to be talking about web service enumeration. So we're going to be talking about web service enumeration. We're going to be using a few different tools. We're going to be using Derb, we're going to be using Nikto, and we're going to be using GoBuster. There are a lot of tools that you can use for web app enumeration. We're just going to go over a few very simple ones. So why are we learning web stuff? So this is a network hacking course. Why are we learning how to enumerate web servers? The reality is that web security stuff is a subcategory of network security because web security is on computer networks. That makes web security network security. CPU says, need to rewatch or catch up on this side quest. I feel it's a bit hard as a beginner. As a beginner, it's gonna be a bit tough. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to finish it on my own. Maybe some people in chat will be able to help me out. But yeah, it is more advanced content. So okay, that's because web services are network services. In fact, web services are among the most popular networking services. So that's why we're learning about web stuff. So accessing TryHackMe. So we're going to be using a specific room to do our testing stuff and for our lesson. It's called the DVWA room, and let's go ahead and access that right now. Okay, over here, TryHackMe room DVWA. So the DVWA is a very well-known application. where we can test against a vulnerable web application. And this is the link to the room. Okay, so room completed. This should be a free room. If for some reason you find that you can't access the room, let me know and maybe we can help you out. So after you log into TryHackMe, you can click on this machine, the start machine button over here under task number 1. That's going to start up the vulnerable server we're going to be interacting with. Okay, and then love to be challenged anyway. The main questions were too easy. I can see how, if you're a person who already knows about Linux basics, the main storyline stuff was a bit easy today. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is we need to start our attack box. So if you haven't started the attack box today already, you can click on this button over here, Start Attack Box, which is going to start up another machine that we can use to interact with the machine we're talking about today, which is the DVWA application. So while that's going on, we'll talk a little bit about what we're going to be learning in today's lesson. So the first part, this is not true. Please ignore that. Okay, directory busting. So we're going to be doing some dir busting today, otherwise known as directory busting. This is the act of determining what endpoints, which files and directories exist on a web app by trying to access those endpoints. This is a type of brute force attack. So we can use a few different tools to do directory busting, and I'll go over the tools in order of complexity. So the easiest and simplest tools will go first. CPU says, will you continue with the side quest? If I get some time after this lesson and after we do the next thing, then I'll certainly come back to this. Okay, so oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set my timer. All right, everybody, let me adjust the time because we've got about 38 minutes to get this done. Or is it 48 minutes? Math was never my strong suit. Okay, 48 minutes. Okay, and let me switch my overlay. So topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. No worries, no worries. Okay, so the derb tool. So the first tool we're going to be trying out is the derb tool. It's a very old directory busting tool. It's a good first program to run on web servers, purely because the command syntax is very, very simple, and because the word list it uses is good for enumerating older web servers and web apps. So when you use the derb command, you just need to type in the word derb and then the website address. So HTTP:// and then the IP address in this case. Jesty, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. And Vadim and Raymond, sorry that I didn't catch those earlier. Thank you very much. There's a full room for FFUF guys if you're interested on TryHackMe. Yeah, so FFUF is a really good tool. We're talking about more beginner web app enumeration today, but yeah, thank you very much for letting us know about it. Okay, let's go back. So over at TryHackMe, we've got our attack box up over here. So what we want to do is, well, we're not really going to be paying too much attention to the web page content here. So we're just going to go into the split view. We're going to go down to the bottom of the screen, and we're going to click on this button over here, which is labeled View in Full Screen. So this is going to put the attack box terminal that we're going to be using and put it in full screen, which is going to make it a lot easier for us to interact with it. Okay, so why does it look so wonky? Okay, that's better. Okay, so from the terminal here, and we can open up the terminal with any of these shortcuts here, either this one or this one or this one. We're going to make the text a little bit bigger. Resize the window a little bit. Okay, and then we're going to interact with the web server. So to interact with the web server, Wizard, hello, nice to see you here. We're going to close out the split view here, and then we're going to get our IP address. So the IP address for the DVWA room, it's going to be at the top of the web page here. We're going to copy this to our clipboard. And what is this? VM located in West Virginia. Good to know. Anyways, we've got the IP address copied here, and we just need to go in here and we need to paste in the IP address. To do that, we need to go over to our clipboard over here, open up the clipboard, and then paste in the IP address. Okay, after that's done, we can actually paste into here, and we're going to use the derb command. So derb space IP address, but we also need to put the http:// on top of that. After we do this, this will scan the endpoints. So the word list that that derb uses, it's not very long, but it's a pretty good beginning spot to try to look for some common endpoints on web servers. So in this case, it was able to locate these files. So favocon.ico, index.php, php.ini, phpinfo.php, and this is basically giving us information about what's available on the web application. Wizard says, "You are a nerd." I guess I'd better be a nerd if I'm talking about this stuff. Lucasy says, "What do you think of Ryan Montgomery?" Ryan Montgomery is it's a very well-respected member of the cybersecurity community. He's got a really big YouTube channel. But anyways, okay. So the first command we did with was derb. Derb is very easy to use, and it'll let you know what's in the directories here. It also found the config directory, the docs directory, and the external directory. So derb famously uses this word list over here, which is called common.txt. You can use the common.txt word list with other programs as well, but derb is probably one of the more famous tools that uses this list. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. When the ads run on Twitch, we'd like to take a little break because I don't want anybody to miss any of the action. But in the meantime, you can watch the birds. So these are the birds in my backyard. And yeah, enjoy the videos. And I'm just going to take a little break for about 50 seconds and have a little bit of water. But enjoy the birds. We'll be back in a little bit. Ooh, just a little break. Okay, we'll be back in just a second. These are some northern flicker woodpeckers, by the way. These guys come by the bird feeder, they eat all the peanuts and birdseed, and then they fly away. That's what I want them to do. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so the common list has a bunch of, well, I wonder how long this list is. Just a second. So this is this list is 4,617 words long, and it basically has a bunch of very common directories that we can check for on the web application. So we check for all these different files over here, and there's about 4,600 of them. SXMVP says, "Thank you for providing streams for me to fall asleep to. I don't mean that the streams are boring, but time zones are what they are." No worries, no worries. If you find it relaxing to listen to my voice and fall asleep, that's fine by me. Okay, so the next tool we're going to use is we're going to be using the Nicto tool. Let's talk about that next. So the reason why I like teaching the derb tool is because it's very simple to use. It's just derb and then HTTP, the IP address. The next tool is a little bit more complicated, but not by much. So we're going to be talking about the nicto tool next. The nicto tool is not necessarily a directory busting tool, but rather a web app vulnerability scanner which attempts to ID insecure configurations in general web app settings. So if we run the nicto tool against the web application we're scanning right now, we would do it like this. Okay, we're just going to get the IP address. So the IP address is here. We're going to run nicto -h, and we're going to run it against the same website. Mr. Vin, hello, nice to see you here, and nice to see that you're back. Okay, so when we run the nicto command, it's going to try to scan the web application and try to identify insecure settings. So it gives us a lot of information about the web application, and in this case, it tells us which web server software is being used to run the website. It tells us about some insecure settings with HTTP-only flags. It says root page redirects to login.php, so it tells us about redirects. It finds the robots.txt file. So robots.txt is it's a file that can point you towards sensitive areas of the website. And it tells you there's one entry in robots.txt that should be manually reviewed. This good stuff right here. It says that there's a configuration directory. It identifies a login.php website, web page rather. And yeah, so these are all things that we could investigate after we find them, or after the scanner finds them. So we can go over to our web browser. And while I'm waiting for the web browser to start, I'm going to copy this URL because we're going to be using the web browser to take a look at this web page. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay. So this is the Firefox browser inside of the virtual machine, which I'm running on top of the other Firefox browser. So I'm doing browsers inside of virtual machines. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so inside of this browser, I can paste in the IP address with the website, which I normally wouldn't be able to access outside of the attack box here. Since the attack box is connected to the TryHackMe network, this is not a publicly available network. Okay, so we're here, and it redirects us to this, and this is the login page. So if we're pretending we didn't have credentials for this application, we actually have credentials for this. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Brent2, thank you. And welcome to the stream. You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done any of our funny video redeems. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so the other thing that the scanners told us about. Sorry, where are we? Here.
Bud. Rhymes. Bud. Rhymes. Bud. Rhymes. Bud.
GX00 redeemed the Budweiser frogs. Thank you very much for redeeming the frogs, GX000, and I hope you're having a great December 1st. GX000 is a great contributor to the HackerFrogs organization. All right, let's go ahead and check it out. So we found the docs directory here. We found the config directory. We can check those out. So we just need to go in here and change out the endpoint. So we change it to docs. So we find there is documentation over here in docs. Okay, CPU says, do you have more chances of winning prizes if you complete the side quest? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you get extra tickets for completing the side quest or not. You definitely get them for completing the regular quests. We're talking about the Advent of Cyber event. MVP says, thanks for reminding me that I had too much beer. Too much? Well, I mean, depends on your opinion of Budweiser. So we found the docs directory over here. What was another directory that we found? So the other directory that we found was the config directory. Okay, so we can go back and we can check out the config directory. Okay, and the config directory has a backup file inside of it, which is pretty bad to expose to the public, but we'll talk a little bit more about this later. So Wadgiver asks, what is he doing? So we're just trying to illustrate how to do enumeration against web applications. If you discover a website, you can use some certain security tools to find out more about the website. And if you're wondering, everything we're doing can be found. Ooh, where's my link? Over here at the GitHub. Okay, and let's go back. So there's one more tool I want to introduce to everybody to do directory busting. So directory busting, we tried using the derb tool, we tried using the nicto tool, and the last tool we're going to introduce is the GoBuster tool. So GoBuster it's actually a pretty old tool at this point. A lot of people are using other tools to do directory busting, but I'm just going to introduce it because a lot of other courses feature the GoBuster tool. CPU asks, did you ever win something from these events before? I've never won anything from TryHackMe. I've been trying for like 4 or 5 years, and I still haven't won anything from the TryHackMe events before. I guess I'm unlucky. Okay, so the GoBuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than derb. However, its command syntax is much more complex. So you can run GoBuster like this, GoBuster in directory busting mode. We need to specify extensions to look for, and then we need to specify like the URL to contact and some other stuff. So I'll go over it over here. Let's talk about how we use the GoBuster tool. So you would run GoBuster in directory busting mode. You'd have to provide a URL like HTTP. What is the thing that I'm using? It's over here. Copy that. Okay. We would have to provide a word list. So the standard word list that we use. It'd be funny if I win something. I wish you the best of luck for winning prizes over at TryHackMe. So when we're using word lists or specifying word lists, if you're using a standard like security distribution of Linux, you'll usually find a file in user share word lists dirbuster directory list 2.3 medium .txt, and this is a standard word list when we're doing directory busting against web apps. So the last thing we would typically give to the GoBuster command is some file extensions to look for. So the file extensions typically look for stuff like PHP, HTML, TXT, zip files, back files. What else could be good? DB files. And we send this entire command over to, when we run the entire command, it's going to look like this. GoBuster dir URL, then word list, and then extensions. Just get that out. Okay. And we'll be sending this command over here. I'll just give it to everybody here. You can try using this yourself. You just need to switch out the IP address for your own IP address. GX00 asks, are you doing the THM AOC right now? Advent of Cyber? We were doing that in the first hour today, and we tried doing the side quest stuff as well, the extra content, but we didn't quite get there. But yeah, you can go back in the VOD and maybe go about 40 minutes into the VOD, you should be able to see us starting the side content there. Okay, so we go in and I'm going to paste in our GoBuster command. Okay, and then we're going to go to our terminal. Oh, actually, more luck since you deserve winning more. Thank you very much. Okay, be right back. Now I'm going to back forward through the stream to watch how you tackled the side quest. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's very easy to go through the beginning of the stream when you're using YouTube. A little bit harder if you're using Twitch. Okay, so we run the command and we see that we find a bunch of different endpoints. So in the web app security parlance, an endpoint is basically a web page or a directory. It's basically a location. So in this case, we find HTML. So this is forbidden, I think, or yeah, inaccessible anyways. Everything in the 400 range for the responses is an error message. Everything in the 300 response range is going to be a redirect, and everything in the 200 response range is going to be an OK message. So it also tells us how large the response is. So we can tell roughly how large the file is by the size of the response. Okay, so what else do we have going on here? So we find a lot of different stuff here, a lot more than we did when we were just using the Nikto tool or the derb tool. So we also found the robots.txt file. So I'll just go over the robots.txt file now. So when we do security testing on websites, the robots.txt file, this is generally a file you find in the web app root directory. And what this does is it tells search engines which directories and web pages it can and cannot index. So indexing is basically recording stuff for search engines, and it tells these search engine robots, hence the robots.txt, what you're allowed to look at and what you're not allowed to look at. So famously, there's google.com, and on google.com there's a robots.txt file. So if you go to google.com and go to robots.txt, this is a really long list of what search engine robots are allowed to index and not allowed to index on the website. So for example, it disallows all of these directories here: travel story, hotel finder RPC. If you were a bad person, you might want to check these out and see if there's any hidden juicy information here. Not that we're telling you to do this. So it says explicitly allow people, or search engine robots, to index these pages over here, but not these other ones. So this is in security exercises, if you ever find robots.txt, it usually indicates like a sensitive part of the website that you're not supposed to look at. So if we go back to our example here, and then go to robots.txt here, robots.txt, okay, this actually doesn't tell us anything. So it says user agent star. So user agent means which devices are allowed to access the endpoints, and star indicates everything. So everybody's able to access the thing. It says disallow. Oh, it actually says disallow slash. So disallow slash means that the search engine robots aren't allowed to index anything, or at least that's how I interpret it. So that's very interesting, but it doesn't really point to any sensitive parts of the website, unfortunately. Okay, but we found out all this other stuff. So we found an external directory, so a logout.php, setup.php, An interesting thing that it finds is phpinfo.php. So on pages that are written using PHP, there's a lot of sensitive information that you can find on this particular page. And usually you don't want to expose this. So if we go back to the website and then we go to phpinfo.php, okay, it actually, oh, it redirects you. So it doesn't actually expose this. So if you try to go to this website or to that web page, it redirects you over here, which is actually pretty good from a security standpoint. So from here, some other stuff that you could do is you could try to do some brute forcing, or not necessarily brute forcing, but checking the application for default credentials. So default credentials, most of the time when you're looking for default credentials on an application, you'll try like admin as a pair, or administrator password, or maybe root/password123. Basically, some obvious credential pairs to see if you can get in. So in this case, if you go to username and password, you can type in admin password, and this is going to log you in. So I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is a vulnerable web application. So of course, this web application is vulnerable to default credentials. Alex, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so but if you ever want to learn more about web app security stuff, this is actually a very good application to do, because there's a lot of intentionally vulnerable exercises you could do, and I'll show you how to do like one just for fun over here. The first thing you want to do when you get into DVWA, or the darn vulnerable web app, is to go over to the security page on the sidebar here, and you want to adjust your security level, because the security level starts at impossible, which means you won't be able to practice any of your techniques. Okay, MVP says it's like how people never bother to change their password from admin on their router. That's true. They also never change their password because they're afraid that if they change their password and they forget the password, then they're not going to be able to use their router anymore. Okay, so we can go over to the security setting. We can change over to low, and then we can click on submit. So after it's low, after the security level equals low, we can go over to any of these pages over here, and they're going to teach us about different web app hacking techniques. So for example, brute force, or command injection, or SQL injection, XSS. So, I mean, just for fun, we can do some command injection over here. So click on command injection. Thank you very much for subscribing, LRF. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name, but let me know how and I will do it correctly. Thank you. Okay, so this is so we're now on this page. If you're keeping track at home, this is the endpoint we're using over here. So it says vulnerability command injection, ping a device. So it says ping a device. Usually when you see stuff like this, ping a device, or any function inside of a web application that is able to communicate with other devices on the network, you might want to pay really close attention to it, because it could be used for malicious purposes. So it says enter an IP address. Let's just try 127.0.0.1, which is this device itself. So we're asking the device to ping itself. Okay, click on submit. It takes a little while to come back, but it gives us this output here. So it says ping 127.0.0.1, and it says 4 packets transmitted, 4 received, 0% packet loss. So if you've used Linux before, this looks very, very similar to command output. So if we go over here and we do ping 127.0.0.1, we get almost the exact same output. So we can guess that the function that is being used here is using the ping command. And if it's using the ping command, then we can potentially do what is called command injection. So command injection basically means we're commandeering the regular function of the application to run system commands. So the typical command injection payload looks kind of like this. So you have this. Let me explain what's going on here. Comic Zoink, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so OS command injection. So if the application is using something like this, ping C4 user input, ping C4 user input. What we want to do is we want to interrupt the command by putting in the user input, something like this. So ping C4 and then stop the command and then run who am I? And then anything else we're going to comment out over here. So if we run it like this, then it's going to stop the ping command, and then it's going to run our own command, which is who am I? And it'll tell us what user that the web application is running under. So if we go back here and we just put in here who am I, click on submit, it says we're www data. So this is the standard user that runs web applications on a Linux server, but we find here that we've got OS command injection. So this is just one of many different attacks that we can check out on the DVWA app. So the other great thing about the DVWA app is that we can go down to the bottom of any of these exercises, right? And we can click on View Source. And when we click on the View Source button, it'll show us what kind of code is being used to serve this page. Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. Cosmic Zoink, hello to you as well. What is up, what is up? And yeah, so if you know that this is the code that is being used to serve the application, we can identify what part of this command is vulnerable. So the part of the command that is vulnerable is this function right here, shell exec, and it shows us exactly which command is being used. So this is really good from a defensive point of view as well, because if we can identify like vulnerable code, then we can make sure that our code that we're actually deploying is not vulnerable. Okay. So let's see. So the GoBuster tool. We'll just do a little bit of a wrap up for this lesson. So the first thing we need to do when we do the GoBuster command, this was the last thing we were teaching before we started getting into this stuff. So the GoBuster command, it's very, very useful. It's a full-fledged directory busting tool. GoBuster is pretty good. Some people prefer other tools such as Ferrix Buster. Some people prefer DurSearch, I think it's called. There are a bunch of different tools, but they all do essentially the same thing, but with different bells and whistles. Use the one that is that you find the most comfortable, of course. Okay, so we look for extensions. Lastly, we need to provide a word list. So when you're doing directory busting, word lists are very important. Because, where are we here? Okay. So the word list that I used for the GoBuster command here is called directory list 2.3 medium. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Velux. Thank you very much. Okay, so the word list that I'm using here is directory list 2.3 medium. It's got a bunch of very common directory and endpoint names. And if we take a look at the word count, there are 20,000 different words on this list. So when you're doing brute force attacks like directory busting, It's very important to be using the correct word lists, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to find the correct stuff, which would be very sad. But let's go back. Okay, so let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. If you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did, or if you've got questions about like other web app hacking techniques, let us know in the comments. I'll try to address the comments as quickly as possible. Okay, directory busting. So directory busting, dir busting, is the act of determining which endpoints, which files and directories exist on a web app by trying to access those endpoints. It is a type of brute force attack. So if you're dir busting against any web application, if the application is keeping logs, it will be able to tell that you're trying to do dir busting against it, because they're going to see in their logs, they're going to see a bunch of requests all coming from the same IP address that you're attacking from. And most of those requests are going to be to like random endpoint names. So people can identify that you're trying to do directory busting against them, especially if they're paying attention and looking at their logs. So we talked about the dirb tool. The dirb tool is an older directory busting tool, but it's very good first program to run on web servers because the syntax is very easy to remember. Okay, Lucasy asks, what do you think is the most useful skill if you want to get into hacking? Programming, databases, networking, Linux, hardware, other stuff, everything. There's way too much to get into in IT. I mean, I agree that there's way too much stuff. The first thing you'd want to do is you'd want to, what is the word? Decide on a specialty. So, I mean, I can provide like a starter pack. So I've just put a starter pack, like a bunch of different YouTube playlists into the chat. The first two are for IT stuff in general. The third link is for computer networking, which is pretty common for most of the roles that you want to do in cybersecurity. And the last list is for easy cybersecurity challenges. What I would say is that if you want to get into cybersecurity, try the last link and try out a few different challenges from a few different categories. Inside of cybersecurity, there are many, many different specialties. So if I go over to picoctf.org, which is a website that was very commonly used to learn cybersecurity concepts, there are some common categories you can find inside of these challenges here. So there's web hacking, there's cryptography, reverse engineering, forensics, binary hacking, and web stuff. Why is there web hacking and web stuff? That's a bit weird. But yeah, each one of these is going to have like a specialty job that is associated with it. The first thing you want to do is you want to figure out what your niche is. You want to find out like what you enjoy doing, and then you want to do some education and training that is catered towards that role specifically. Okay, so what do we got? MA7, M47. Hello, nice to see you here. For THM, last portion, you ended up on pin entry mode of loopback GPG. I think I might have been looking at the wrong file to decrypt for TryHackMe. But Hunter Hamster, hello, nice to see you here. Thanks, really helps a lot. No worries, Lucas. I'm here to help people try to get into cybersecurity. It's not super straightforward how to do it, but I try the best I can. Okay, so let's wrap up the lesson. The GoBuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than dirb. However, its command syntax is much more complex. So the thing about like really complicated tools, they might have very complex command syntax. The most important thing is that you record this kind of stuff in your notes. So if you're completing cybersecurity exercises and you're not recording exactly how you solved them and which commands you used, it's kind of a waste of your time. If you do an exercise but you didn't document it, you're not really considered to have completed the exercise. In cybersecurity, they say if you did the thing but you didn't document it, you didn't do the thing. So documentation is very important. Okay, what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Workshop, we'll be learning how to create reverse shells and bind shell connections between network computers. So this is actually a pretty fun exercise. We'll be figuring out how to get callbacks from vulnerable machines, and we'll be playing around with catching network connections. So that's going to be in the next one for HackerFrogs AfterSchool network hacking. That's going to be on, what day is it today? It's Monday today, so it's going to be on Wednesday. No, Wednesday's class is canceled. It's going to be on Friday. So everybody, we've got a schedule over at our Reddit. And this week, well, we usually do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but this week on Wednesday, I've got a professional thing to go to, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to attend and do the Wednesday stream. But we're going to be here on Monday, which is now, and we're going to be doing our same stuff on Friday. Okay, let's move on to the next. Well, okay, we've got 10 minutes left. I think we can go back to TryHackMe. So we'll go back to TryHackMe. We're going to be doing more of the Christmas room, because we're trying to figure out how to decrypt that darn file. But we're going to be starting into our next topic in about 10 minutes or so. So let's see how much we can do in 10 minutes. So we'll terminate this machine. Then we will go back here. Where is the start machine button? Here it is. Didn't see McSkitty. Okay. Henky, hello, nice to see you here. Nice themes. Yeah, we tried to decorate for Christmas. So this is the December overlay. I try to change up my overlay every month or so. But yeah, we're just waiting for our machine to start up here, and then we will try to get the hidden flag, or start the side event. So side 01. We managed to find the password, but we have not been able to find the file that we're supposed to decrypt yet. Yeah, right. Let's take a look at the documents directory after we get in there. Okay, so the user we're supposed to use is probably going to be the root user. So we do have root access on this machine, which is what gives us much more access than the other user that we were trying to use, which was the Eddie Knapp user. Okay, so we got our terminal here. Let's go in. Frog with Christmas hat, very cute. Thank you. Okay, so let's become the root user, and then let's go into home Eddie Knapp documents. Okay, so we got the McSkitty note.gpg and note on photo. Note on photos, okay. Let's take a look at the note on photos real quick here. So backup all, sync with phone when connected. Okay, and thank you, Obina. You're right. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so let's try undecrypting this. So GPG decrypt McSkitty note. Okay, and they ask for the passphrase. Let me get the passphrase. It is this thing. I'll just paste in the chat so I can read it. So it is 3AST3R. Okay, so it looks like it worked. Okay, so congrats, you found all the fragments and reached this file. Below is the list that should be live on the site. If you replace the contents of home sockmas 2025 wishlist.txt with this exact list, one item per line, no numbering, the site will recognize it and the takeover glitching will stop. Do it and it will save the site. Okay. As a final note, what is this saying over here? And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Void. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so M47 says, I found that you don't need the root user. The pin entry mode is a path to do so if you want to look into that. Pin entry mode. Okay, so below is the list that should be live on the site. If you replace the contents of wishlist.txt with this exact list, one item per line, no numbering, the site will recognize it and the takeover glitching will stop. Do it, it will save the site. So when the wish list is corrected, the site will show a block of ciphertext. This ciphertext can be decrypted with the following unlock key. So we got an unlock key. To decode the ciphertext, use OpenSSL. Okay. Sorry to be so convoluted. I couldn't risk making this easy while King Malhair watches. Okay, so we need to replace the contents of which file? Wishlist.txt. Okay, so I mean, I guess we could just edit the file, right? Home Sockmas 2025. Home Sockmas 2025 wishlist.txt. Okay, so let's get rid of this stuff and we'll just paste in the stuff that we copied. And then what did they say? The site will recognize it and the takeover glitching will stop. Do it, it will save the site. So I mean, which site are we talking about? I'm not too sure what, I mean, there's probably like a website being served on this particular machine, right? The website, yeah. So one interesting thing that I noticed about the bash history here. So the bash history for this, cat.bash history, was that we've got a website here. So flag.hopsec.thm. So hopsec.thm. The other thing we can take a look at is we can take a look at the etc hosts file. So there's just localhost here. So there's nothing that's being, we don't see a specific domain for, what was it, hopsec.thm. I guess what we could do is we could take a look at what ports are being served on the local machine. So netstat tulpen. There's no netstat. Okay. There's no netstat. How about SS? Okay, we got a bunch of different. We've got something on port 80. I guess we could curl it down, curl localhost 80, or just curl localhost. Error response, method not allowed. Method not allowed. Huh. So are we supposed to use like, it will be 8080, not 80. So localhost 8080. Oh wait, how did you find out that that it was 8080, or was it just like some poking around that you did? Okay, I think we might be able to see this on our web browser. So we'll try opening up the web browser and we'll go to port 8080. I believe one was mentioned earlier in the lab with the full IP 8080. Yeah, probably in one of the examples up here in task number 2. Okay, so let's go to localhost 8080. Okay, and what do we have here? Let's make this a little smaller. Gibberish message, copy and decode with your unlock key. So we got the gibberish message here. We can copy it. And I guess before we do this, let's document the stuff that we've done so far. Because like I said, if you don't document something, you didn't really do it. Okay, so we'll start editing this file. Okay, so it's not, we're not looking in the .secrets directory in this case. We're looking at the documents directory. There is an encrypted file. We can use this GPG command to decrypt it. Okay, we will include the command over here. Your documentation is super clear. I like it a lot. I mean, the important thing is to do some documentation in the first place, even if the documentation isn't very good. As long as you include, we'll do another 15 minutes of this before we move on to the next topic. As long as you include like the commands that you used and a few like really simple notes, it should be a lot better than nothing. Okay, so what command did we use with GPG? Let's go back down. This one over here, gpd decrypt mixednode.gpg. I'm on the last step. That's awesome. I mean, I didn't take a look at the website before. I guess the website before was all glitched out. Okay, so this is the GPG command. And let's see. We are given instructions to replace the, what was the full file path? So we have to replace the contents of this. So I have to replace these file contents with this list. Okay, and we'll get the list. I should have, let's see. Home, Eddie, documents. Yeah, we should have done, yeah, well, now we have to decode it again. But then again, I guess I can get the thing from, was it Home Sockmas 2025 wishlist? Okay, so I can just get this and I can put it in my notes. Okay. I keep on doing that. So here's the list here. After we've done this, we can access the website being hosted locally on port 8080. Once there, we see a string that we need to decrypt using OpenSSL. Okay, let me just grab the string from the website. Lucasy says, do you find A+ to be useful certification still? If you're coming from a background where you don't know anything about technology and that you haven't interacted with very much technology in the past, it's a very good knowledge base to get yourself acquainted with common IT terms. You don't necessarily need to get the certification itself. You just need to learn the stuff that is taught by the certification. Okay, so here we're looking at our Firefox. And this is the message. Okay, let me copy that. We'll include it in our notes. Oh, it's a long message. Okay. So we need a string that we need to decrypt using OpenSSL. Oh, you know what? They gave us the decryption key, but I forgot to note it. Oh, I keep on doing that. Okay, let me grab the decryption key. Okay, we need to use the passphrase again. Okay, so the unlock key is this. And they also give us like an example command. They give us the exact command we're supposed to use, which is good. Okay, let's go back here. So the previous encrypted message, encrypted txt file, gave us an unlock key to use to decrypt this message. And I guess I can just paste it here. Unlock key is this. Okay, and it also gives us the command syntax that we could use to decrypt the message. And let's record the example command syntax. So it is cat temp website.txt website output.txt. Okay, and then all this stuff. I'll just record it here and we'll try to figure it out afterwards. Okay, so the actual command we're going to use, let's puzzle this out. Just a second. Okay, so this is the gibberish message. So we copy this, we go over to our terminal, we'll echo it out, and we'll redirect it into something called decrypted.txt. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Eric Furkey. Thank you. Okay, paste it in. That's decrypted.txt. Then we can go back and we can get the example thing. We'll go back in here. Okay. Oops, let's clear this. Okay, so we're decrypting. Why did I call it decrypted.txt when it's encrypted? Silly me, silly me. Okay, out is going to be decoded message.txt. Let's just put it in this directory instead of the temp directory. Okay, the pass. What? Why does it use this That looks a little bit confusing, but anyways, we got this over here. So unlock key is this. Let's copy that. And Ivan, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so ooh, didn't want to paste all that stuff in. Just a second, everybody. I I needed to adjust the clipboard there. Okay, where's the clipboard? It's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Okay, did this work? Nothing's coming out. Huh, is there something wrong with the command that they gave us here? So cat from website output.txt open SSL encoded something something. Are these might be the command they give you is the exact command that worked for me, says awaits. Huh. I think all right. Well, I think the exact command. So this is the exact command right here. Oh, I mean, I guess what we can do is we can recreate this exact thing inside the temp directory. All right. Let's move decrypted text.txt and we'll move it into temp. And what did they call it? They called it website output.txt. Website output.txt. Okay, and then the exact command, just copy paste. We'll give this a go. Very tedious. I found the egg. Should I do something with it? Keep it around. You might be using it later. Okay, let's paste in this thing. This didn't seem to... cat output OpenSSL decrypt did do the cat parts. Okay, cat parts. Okay. So this whole command here, I mean, there might be something wrong with that. So temp decoded message.txt. When we run the command, we should get an out file called decoded message.txt in the temp directory. So I wonder if we would go over there. Is there anything? There is a decoded message.txt in here. Let's take a look. There's not, the thing is empty. Okay, so website output.txt is also empty. Oh, darn. Wait, I shouldn't, that shouldn't be empty. Okay, let's, that might explain why it didn't work. Okay, so we'll just get all this stuff. We'll put it in here. Okay, then we'll run the command again. Hopefully it works this time. So the exact command we got from here, let's copy it. Let's clear this. So it's taking the input from here. Usually what I would do is I would pass this in through like an echo or something. I guess we could also pass it in through cat. But this is how I would do it. So the other thing is, why does this not record the command? It's kind of weird. What I would do, I would run the cat command, but I wouldn't use the I would just cat out temp website txt over here, and then I would pipe it into OpenSSL. Pipe it into OpenSSL. In file. Yeah. This cat stuff, this cat command, it doesn't really belong. So these are different commands. So essentially, we only need this command right here. Error reading input file. Okay, cat temp decoded message, because the decoded message is empty for some reason. Let's go back in, and let's put the contents back there, because essentially the cat portions of the commands over there, they kind of erase the stuff that's already there. Okay, paste in the message, save it. So we'll run the command again, OpenSSL in temp website output.txt out temp decode message.txt pass this stuff. Error reading file. Cat website output. Why does this keep on getting deleted? It's kind of, the website message shouldn't be in website output.txt. Shouldn't? Wait, I mean, I'm assuming that we need to unlock this portion of the website output. But am I wrong? If I'm wrong, let me know what's going on. So website output is this encoded string right here, right? So this is what we should be putting in website output. So the other part of the command is, it should be this. So OpenSSL, oh, this is encode. Can't tell, Manoob. No worries. Alex May, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so -d should be decode. So decode from this base 64 in temp website output.txt. So we input this, and we're supposed to output something called decoded message.txt, and pass this. Put yours in the other one, or am I seeing things? So ours in the other one. So the output should be a different file. Okay, so await said I did do the cat parts. Doing it backwards. So Oh, was this what was used to encode the message? Okay. You didn't do the cat parts of it. All right, just for fun, I'm going to feed this to the AI. I'll say, what does this command do? Okay, and just so awaits. There's one thing that I'm curious about. So you said that you used the exact command. So was it just like a copy paste? Is it actually pass like this, or was it pass like just this part of it? But he is putting the output of the website into the decoded file, not the in. He's putting the output of the website into the decoded file, not the output file. Okay, so what does it explain over here? So the command uses OpenSSL to decrypt a file that has been encrypted using encryption. So that you want to use the encryption and decryption utility. -D indicates that you want to decrypt the file. Specifies the algorithm. Specifies the key. Specifies the input file to be decrypted. So website output.txt should have the. Okay, then the output will be decoded message. Yeah, I mean, I don't see what I'm doing. I did do the pass. Okay. Specifies the output file where the decrypted message will be saved into decoded message.txt. So, I mean, everything seems to be okay. For convenience, you can echo gibberish message. Overall, the command will read in encrypted file, decrypt it using the provided passphrase, and save the resulting plain text to the specified output. Done. Okay, we'll try running this one more time. Okay, did it work? Cat decoded message. Yeah, it worked. Okay, great, it worked. I mean, I'm not too sure what was going wrong with there. So the glitch is fixed. Let's close our good friend, the AI. Okay, so well done. The glitch is fixed. Amazing job. Take this flag. I don't know what to do with this flag, but apparently we got this flag. Okay, let's go over here. We got a flag after we read the decrypted file. Let's just keep this around for now. Okay. Next step, if you fancy something a little spicier, use the flag you just obtained as the password to unlock this one. Oh, as the passphrase to that hidden directory has been archived and encrypted with the flag. Inside it, you'll find the side quest key. Okay, I think we're gonna have to do this later because we're gonna be doing some. Yeah, we'll do this a little bit later. But what we're going to do now is we're gonna play a little game where we're trying to do some Linux stuff. Okay, this is the command challenge, and we're currently doing this part right here. It's the last step. Okay. Everybody, we're going to take a little more time to do this last step. I'll do another 20 minutes. Hopefully we're going to be able to get it done in 20 minutes. Let's go back. Let's get this done. Okay, if you fancy something a little spicier, use the flag you obtained as the password to unlock this. So home eddynap.secret directory. That hidden directory has been archived and encrypted with your flag. That hidden directory has been archived and encrypted with the flag. Okay, let me copy this. We'll move into that directory. So we need to oh, we're doing the same thing, right? So GPG decrypt this thing. Don't forget to document that part too. Okay, let's go ahead and document right now. Daily Eclipse, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome in. Thank you. Okay, so we got a flag after we read the decrypted file, and we should be specific about this. Sorry. They give us the command syntax over here. This is the syntax. Yeah, so this is fine. So we get the flag here, and the decrypted file also tells us that we can decrypt the secret directory in this endpoint. And let's get the specific endpoint. So home eddy naps.secret. To get access to the side quest. You know, this was all this is to get access to the side quest. It's pretty nutty. Okay, so let's this GPG command will unlock the file or the directory, the thing. Okay, so the GPG command is here, and this is only 1 day. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be this way for the entire challenge. I'm not too sure. Okay, enter the passphrase. So the passphrase is the flag. So let me just grab the flag, and I will put into chat so that I can... We should be able to just paste it in, right? Just for fun. THM. Welcome to AOC 2025. Okay, this is... What? What is this? This is some sort of binary file. Oh, this is, I mean, okay, it's a binary file. We need to specify an out file in this case. So, out file, dir.tar.gz. Well, just dir.tar.gz. Out file is not, is it just called out? Out is not a, okay, so it's not out. How do we specify the out file? Is it dash, or do we need to put it at the beginning? dir.tar.gz. Okay, so I guess we were able to put it in already, so we were able to unzip the thing. Look at the file extensions, wink wink. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so this is the command we used. Let's record this. Copy back. And I guess we can also unzip the thing. It's a GZ file. So the GZ file is gunzip. Actually, let's get a confirmation on what this is. This is what? Gzip. So if it's gzip, it's gunzip. Gunzip. Okay, now it's a tar file. So now it's a tar file, tar xv xvf. Is it xvf? Let me know if it's xvf or not. Okay, so the directory sq1.png. Go into the directory, and I might as well record this as well because I hate keeping track of it. gunzip dir.tar.gz, then tar xvf, and there's a PNG here. There's a PNG here. All right. Sai, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so xdg open sq whatever. Now you see me. Okay, now you see me. Is this a flag? Awaits, thank you very much. You know what? This would have been a lot harder if there weren't people helping out. Thank you. So is there a link to my GitHub notes? Yeah, let me complete this first. So once unzipped, there is a dir directory, and inside that directory there is a PNG file. What is the file called? It's called sq1.png. So okay. So is this the end, or actually wait, there was something else. There was a message, right? The image has a message. The message is, what was it? Now you see me. Now you see me. Okay, kind of geeky. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's so I'll just save out what I have here for now. If anybody wants to see exactly what we're doing for this thing that we're looking at, that's the link right there. Man, this was this was really complicated for the first side quest room. So okay. So what else can we do here? So now you see me, and so that said something about getting access to the room, right? Solo says, isn't it forbidden to stream any of the side quest stuff before January? I know it was last year at least. I'm not seeing a separate side quest page with the rules. Cool Guy asked, do you use AI models? AI models? Unit Solo, you're right. Maybe we shouldn't be streaming this. I need to check. You know what? I'll do a quick check. 2025 Advent of Cyber side quest write up. Okay, so well, I mean, there's a write up here. Oh no, this is for last year's. This one's from a year ago, so it's not this one. So maybe we shouldn't. I'm not too sure if we should be doing write ups. What do you do with the PNG file? Well, the PNG file had the PNG file has a message. Now you see me, which could be used for something. But aside from that, I mean, we could take a look at the exif tool information for this. There's no exif tool here. Oh, you know what? How about we ask the AI here? It might know. Okay, so the question is, are write-ups allowed for the 2025 Advent of Cyber side quests content? Okay, we'll see if we can get an answer here. Unable to help you with that. You might want to check the official guidelines or forums related to Advent of Cyber for more accurate information. So, I mean, we could probably go into the Discord for TryHackMe. They probably have some. It says answers to questions are not to be shown unless shown on videos or streams. Oh, wait. Are they talking about. Hold on. They might be talking about these videos or streams, right? So the ones that are the official ones from the content creators. Cool guy asks, "What do you think of AI models? You mean using AI to answer questions? I think it's fine. I think you shouldn't be relying on AI to do everything for you, but AI is very useful for doing research and for answering specific questions." Okay, it's on the prep track. It's on the prep track, the room before the CLI one. Yeah, we can check that one now. So there's no EXIF tool information here. One thing I kind of want to know if there's some hidden strings in here as well. But maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, okay. Let me check the other room. Because I definitely don't want to stream any stuff that I'm not supposed to be streaming. There's nothing else. There's just that thing. Okay, nothing to see here. Dashboard. So they're talking about. Oh, I got another ticket. Maybe you do get another ticket for doing the side quest stuff. Warpups thing says, "Who do you complete? How do you complete this the side quest? I got to where you are, but I still didn't know how to complete it. Mine still says 77% complete. I mean, is there an official room for the side quest? I don't even know." So the Great Disappearing Act, is this the side quest room? No, no, I don't think it is. AOC icon on top. Okay. Yeah, somehow I got a second ticket. I'm not too sure when that happened. Okay. So let's so okay, somebody said that we're supposed to take a look at the previous room for Advent of Cyber. So Advent of Cyber is here. And where's the page for Advent of Cyber? AOC, here it is. Okay. Okay, I see it. Okay, and then we're supposed to go to somebody said that there was something about whether write-ups are allowed on the Advent of Cyber prep track. Okay, so where does it say? Welcome to Advent of Cyber, introduction, the challenges, the finish line. The first one, okay. So task one. General rules. Okay, users. Answers to questions are not to be shared unless shown on videos or streams. Unless showed on videos or streams. So I'm guessing that we can't share these answers. We can show them in videos, but we can't show them in like GitHub. So I mean, if we can't show them on GitHub, I guess I need to go in. I need to. I mean, these are not. Are these answers? It's tough to interpret this stuff. Your Carrie has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so answers to questions are not to be shared unless shown on videos or streams. But we don't see what the I don't see specifically where the questions are. Just hire a lawyer, of course. Feature videos. So are we talking about feature videos? I'm not sure. I'm sure. You know what? I'll send a Discord message after the stream is over, and I'll try to get a better answer out of this, because I don't want to do anything that's against the rules. Okay, let's start into the next part of the stream. So we're doing some Linux exercises over here, and you can participate yourself. It's very easy to jump into. So as for this, let me close out all these windows. Okay, so we're supposed to use some Linux commands to do specific things on the command challenge. Let me go ahead and set this up. So topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck. And we're going to be doing an interview with my fellow InfoSec security practitioner, very veteran person, in about an hour or so. Let me set up the timer for that. So let's see, we're going to do it for an hour and 10 minutes or so. Yeah. Okay. So it says, let's see, Awaits says, I'm off to bed. Have a good rest of stream. No worries. Awaits, thank you very much for coming by and helping us out with the side quest. Thank you. Okay, so print all the files with the bin extension in the current directory that are different than the file named base.bin. Okay. So so this is the command challenge. The command challenge starts out very, very easy. And it requires you to use your Linux skills in a very specific way. So for example, the first few challenges are stuff like print out hello world. So we would just echo hello world, and that solves the challenge. And then the next challenge is print the current working directory. That's the ls command. That does, oh, the current working directory is pwd. Okay, and then the third challenge is list all the files in the current directory, one file per line. So that's ls. Okay, and so eventually they get very, very complicated. CPU says, I guess the side quest I finally caught up, but it was so hard. Yeah, it's there's a lot of steps involved to solving the side quest content. Okay. Cool Guy asks, does it end on the 31st? It doesn't end on the 31st. It should end on the 25th. So it's an Advent event. Advent is typically stuff from the 1st of December until the 25th. That was the side quest. Yeah, the stuff we were previously doing was the side quest stuff. Okay, there's a file named access.log in the current directory. Print the contents. Well, I mean, that would just be the cat command. So just cat access.log. So we're currently doing this exercise here, and this challenge is called print if files different. CPU says, I loved it as a beginner. I learned a lot and needed to dive in deeper and rewatch it. No worries. You can always go back and rewatch any of the VODs on YouTube on my channel. Yeah. So print all the files with the bin extension in your current directory that are different than the file named base.bin. So this, I've gotten to the point in these challenges where I need to look up how to do these operations. So, I mean, we can take a look at what's going on in the file system here. So ls we've got file1.txt, test1 bin, test2 bin up until test7. And Jason, still here. Nice to see you here. Welcome in. Or nice to see you here. Yeah. Print all the files with a bin extension that are different than the file named base.bin. So how do we get this done? Okay. Linux actually, we could probably, in this case, we could probably get this done by doing a test. So we would test the like the MD5 file hash or something. This site becomes the previous room. Which room are you talking about? Are you talking about the side quest stuff, or are you talking about TryHackMe, Advent of Cyber, or something else? I found a lot of resources and sites from you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so if you're interested in more educational links and more websites that cover all sorts of free stuff, you can check out our education resources over here for a lot of different categories. Oh, Advent of Cyber, yeah. Yeah, it was kind of frustrating. Okay, so I think what we can do is we can get the MD5 sum of base.bin, and we compare this to the other files, right? So base.bin so we would do MD5 sum on all of them, and we look for the files that do not have the same MD5 hash. So test1.bin has the same, and test6.bin also has the same MD5 hash. We need to output just the file names, and we need to make sure that we don't include the files that have the same file hash, right? So we'd do MD5 sum on everything, and then we would have to pipe that into something else. So we would grep out anything with the result of MD5 sum on base.bin. What happens here? So base.bin binary file matches. So MD5 is like a fingerprint of the files. Yeah, it's a fingerprint of the files. It basically lets you know if it gives you a file fingerprint. So if we've got test.txt, actually let's just echo out some examples, right? HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and we put this into test1.txt. So this is it. If we get the we can use the MD5 hash function to see what this looks like after it's been hashed. So the hash value of this file is this. So if we've got a file with identical content, so echo out, well, let's just do the same thing, but we do it for test2.txt. If we run MD5 sum on test1.txt and test2.txt, because they have the same file contents, these will have the same MD5 hash. So 9 Canis Major says ls startup bin, okay, and then grep base.bin, okay. So 9 Canis Major, we can go ahead and try some of the stuff you're talking about here. So we can ls star.bin, and this just gets the files with the bin. ls star.bin, and then grep out base. I mean, I'm not sure if this is what we want to do. We want to probably feed this stuff into MD5 sum. So MD5 sum. Oh, okay. It only gives us one thing here. So if we MD5 sum everything, then we grep out the MD5 sum of base.bin. This just says binary file matches. So we want to find some way. Okay, I wonder how the AI would do this. So Linux, let's think a little bit about this. So we have a way of figuring out what files have the same contents. The files with the same contents are going to have the same MD5 sum hash. We need to find some way to eliminate these, to delete these. Well, not delete, but to exclude these from the grep contents here. So I mean, we could run our own tests over here. You can ask the AI for some hints instead of the solution. Yeah, I mean, we could. It's just I want to. So test1.txt, test2.txt. Let me get rid of the other test.txt. And we'll create one more file. So we'll create another file called just HackerFrogs for test3.txt. So what we want to do is we want to MD5 sum on star.txt, and we get these three file hashes. What we want to do from here is we want to get rid of the ones that are identical, or the ones that are identical to test1. So if we run something like grep, MD5 sum star.txt, we get these three things. The next thing we want to do is we want to grep out the stuff that matches. The stuff that matches MD5 sum of test1.txt. What happened here? Hold on. Shouldn't this be MD5 sum test1.txt? Okay, so this is command not found. Why does it say command not found? This is supposed to be expansion. So it produces this. It also gives us an error message. Why does this? I'm not completely sure why this works. Well, why it works like this. So this is essentially just reading the file, and I don't want it to work like that. So this is nothing. Oh, you know what? It's because nothing matches with this. But if we run it like this instead, why does this come out? Okay, let's go back. So what I want, the funny thing about expansion is that we can also like do a bunch of fancy Linux stuff like redirection and like piping and stuff like that inside of here. So we can, if we run this command by itself, Debred says set X, and you can see what the shell is running. Set X. Okay, so it runs this. It gets line 1, this thing, command not found. So what we could do here, if we wanted to, we can do cut delimiter colon and return first field, second field, third field, and see what comes out here. Okay. Canis Major says max depth 1, find bin, name base.bin. Okay, let's. Well, I mean, I'm here to try out anything I can. So find current directory, max depth 1, type fname star.bin. Not what? Not name base.bin. Okay, what is this output? So max depth 1. I mean, I'm not sure if max depth 1 is necessary in this case. But the other thing, okay, so this does print out all of the names of the files, but the problem here is that we're trying to figure out which ones are different. So print all the files in the bin extension in the current directory that are different from the file named base.bin. I mean, are they actually talking about the file contents? What is max depth 1? Max depth 1 means that we're not going into other directories, and we're just keeping it to this directory. Search on one level. Well, basically, yeah. So different from the file named base.bin. I'm assuming that they don't want the /. So we can pipe that into tr translate delete /. Oh. Hold on. Something weird happened there. Translate delete the translate delete the /. but we still have the dot at the beginning there. One directory, find the option printf. Printf. We can also slice off the first character here. So we would do Linux delete first character from line in file. So they're probably going to suggest something like awk or sed. They're using sed. Okay, so sed command substitution, so match with any single character and replace the match pattern with an empty string, effectively deleting it. Okay, so we just use this as the other pipe. Okay, so now we've got the files. So print all the files in the bin extension, with the bin extension, in the current directory that are different from the name base.bin. So the word different here, I think they're still talking about, I still think they're talking about the file contents. And if it's talking about the file contents, then we would probably need to test them using we'd need to test them using MD5 sum or something else. So, I mean, we could get like a suggestion from Google over here. Something like Linux test if file contents are the same. Bash check if file contents are the same. So use CMP for byte by byte comparison. The CMP, I've never used this before. So this is one of the really interesting things about about solving these challenges, is that it introduces me to bash commands that I've never used before, which is very interesting to me. Okay, so CMP command performs a byte by byte comparison of two files. It exits with a status of 0 if the files are identical and non-zero if they differ. Okay. Tebred says faster than hashing because it stops at the first byte, which is different. I've never had to consider this kind of thing before. So CMP -s and then provide the two files. So I mean, this would probably be something like like an if loop or like a for loop inside of bash. So if we go in here and we CMP file 1, file 2, so I mean, can we do CMP with a bunch of files? So here, CMP is comparing two files, but we wanted to compare against like every file in a directory. Use checksums for content verification, or we could use diff. Its exit status indicates which file, if the files are the same or different. So if diff file 1, file 2, then echo files are identical, otherwise the files are different. So here it uses checksums using like stuff like MD5 sum or MD or SHA-256 sum. Okay, for large files, CMP is generally faster than diff because it stops at the first differing byte. So this is exactly what the bread was talking about. So binary versus TXT, CMP and checksum works equally well for both binaries and text files, and diff is primarily designed for text file comparisons. Okay, so what if we want to do check if file contents are the same multiple files? Okay, to check if the file contents of multiple files are identical, several methods can be employed. So here it says use CMP. To compare multiple files sequentially, I mean, this is very verbose. You need to do Use diff for textual comparison to compare multiple files simultaneously. Using checksums for robust comparison. To compare multiple files using checksums. I mean, here we're getting into scripting at this point. It would be a lot better if we were able to find some sort of solution that doesn't involve us writing like really long code blocks. Okay. So if you want to give this a try yourself, this is the link. Search without scripting. Search without scripting. I guess we could, but I think I guess what we could do here is we could also use we could also save some variables, right? So md5 sum on test1.txt is going to output this. So if we want to save this as like a variable, right? We could do something like we'll call this hash equals md5 sum test1.txt. So this kind of expansion here. Does that work? Oh, this is literal. Okay, that's literal. We need to put our $sign in front of this. Okay, so this is getting into echo hash now gets this. So what we need to do is we need to save this variable as something else. I'm okay with it being this, but I don't want this portion right here. So we can go in here and we can fiddle around with that. So we can pipe this into cut D, cut delimitation space, get field 1. Okay, then do the same thing. If we echo out hash now, it is just this. It is just this. Okay, so that's good. The next thing we want to do is we want to, so this is one command. So this is the first command to get the variable for hash, and then we can md5 sum all of the text files and then grep v and exclude any that include the hash. Okay, this works. This works. We were able to exclude the other ones, the other 2 files, and all we need to do now is just get this file. So to just get this file, we would just can use another cut D by space and get the third field. The second field? No, the first field. Yeah, the third field. In that case, that's just the file name. So we just need to adjust this. So in this case, it would be the same thing, only it's going to be startup bin. Oh no, wait. Yeah, so we just run it on startup bin and we do this stuff. So let's just get the entire command here. Then go over to the challenge. I'm getting like 4 hours. If you need to go to sleep, you should go to sleep, CPU. Did that work? MD5 sum. Oh, there's no test. I need to change my command. So MD5 sum is base bin, base.bin. Okay, it should work now. That worked. Okay, we solved the challenge. Great. That only took us like 40 minutes or something. Okay, there is a file. Show its contents on the screen. Oh, this looks funny. This looks really funny. Can you do a quick explanation of what you did? Sure, sure, yeah. So this is the command we used. I'll paste in the chat for everybody to take a look at. Okay. So I'll try to explain what's happening over here. So the first step over here is this. This is the first step. This is basically gets MD5 hash and saves it to the hash variable. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is MD5 sum on start.bin. That runs MD5 hashing on all of the bin files. And then the next step is this. So thank you very much, Judah Luciano. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. So this step is going to be exclude all of the files that have the same hash as the base.bin file. So the reason why this works is because we saved out the value of the hash for base.bin into this hash variable here, which we're feeding into grep, which means exclude the stuff that includes this pattern, which is the MD5 hash. So the next thing we do is we just cut the content so that we only get the files, the file names, and not the actual MD5 hashes. Get only the file names with the cut command over here. And that's how it's done. Okay, so the next challenge is there's a file, theflag.txt. Show its contents on the screen. So I mean, we just need to cat this thing. The funny thing is that we got this triple dot over here. So / means the current directory. / means the previous directory, but is there such thing as a triple dot? I'm not completely sure. Okay, let's figure it out. Okay, so if we make a couple of directories, so make directory dir1, dir2, dir3. Okay, so if we do that dir is where you save your secret files. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that makes a lot of sense. If we do cd ... slash, what happens? So no such file or directory ... slash. So this is the name of a directory, right? So // slash dot. What is slash dot? Dot the flag.txt. Dot the. Wait. What? This is really messed up. Okay. So what's in this directory? So it doesn't show you what's in this directory. That's, oh, there's nothing. Okay, okay, okay. So there's a, yeah. Okay, okay. So there's a directory called triple dot. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Search. Thank you. So triple dot directory. I mean, can we just wrap like some quotes around this and call it a day? Cat. Okay, so no such file or directory. So this directory has nothing in it. This directory has, the triple dot directory doesn't have anything in it. So it's not in the triple dot directory. What about slash dot? What the heck? Okay, what is Linux slash dot? I'm not too sure what this really refers to. It has a space directory. There's a space directory? I don't like the sounds of that. Actually, wait. Let's go to explain shell. So explain shell is a really good website for figuring out what Linux commands are doing. lsiq. IQ? I don't know. I've never heard of Q is quote name, enclose entry names in double quotes, okay? And then I is inode. Print the index number of each file. Oh, lowercase l. Quotes the output. Well, we can give it a try. What is... I'm just trying to figure out what this slash dot is. There's no page for slash dot. Okay, I'll try asking the AI, because I've never encountered this before. Thank you very much. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but thank you very much for becoming a member over at HackerFrogs YouTube. Thank you. HackerFrogs Silver, thank you very much. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so while the ads are running, I'm just going to ask this question. What is slash dot in Linux? Okay, we'll have it running in the background. We're just going to take a little water break. While the water break is happening, I'll put on the birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 50 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, so let's put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Okay, slash and dot are two different things in Linux. So forward slash is the, okay, where are we? Man, they sure do talk a lot about this stuff. Okay, slash and dot are two different things in Linux. Forward slash, this is the top level directory, okay. We've done this stuff before, sure. Dot period represents where you are now, so the current directory. So top level directory, what happens when we combine these? So when you see slash dot, it usually means current directory starting from root. Current directory starting from root, but this is redundant. Okay, so cd slash and cd slash dot are the same. Both take you to the directory. Okay. Oh, it's David. Hey, thank you very much for subscribing as a member on the YouTube, David. Thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, so I mean, we can confirm this. So cd/dot. This takes us to the top level directory, so which is just slash. So this is just like a, what is it? This is a red herring. It doesn't really mean anything. Okay, so if that's the case, then /dot. So go to the top directory, and then what is this? .the flag.txt. So what is in the top level directory? So lsla top level directory. So in the top level directory there is I don't see anything suspicious here. Funny. So this is a Docker container that we're dealing with. So one clue that we might be inside of a Docker container is that it contains this file right here called .dockerenv. So yeah. And thank you very much for the HackerFrogs colored hearts. Thank you. It's holiday themed colored hearts. Thank you. Okay, so the flag.txt, show its contents on the screen. So I'm thinking that there's a space in here, but that might not be the case. This is weird. So the flag.txt, can we find this file? So find by name the space flag.txt. We're looking for this specific thing. Okay, this didn't output anything. So is this in the triple dot directory? LSLA. Okay, so somebody else, the bread suggested lowercase LQ, capital Q, on the triple dot directory. What? Is there a directory called space? Holy, whoa, that's weird. That's a space folder. That's weird. Huh. You can even have new lines in the names. Yeah, that seems a bit weird. That's okay. So LSLAQ on space. What? I don't see two spaces in here though. There's a thing called the flag.txt. Oh, the entire name is dot space dot the space flag.txt. That is really tricky. That is really tricky. Cat dot. Actually, we'll put everything between quotes. So dot slash space slash dot space dot the dot space flag.txt. This is diabolical. Thank you very much for subscribing, Tan Pong. Thank you very much. Okay, that worked. That was so weird. So this is the thing that worked in the end. I've never encountered directories that were just a space before. Let's go back there. That was a really weird challenge. Might be a beginner, but I saw this trick really fast. I mean, it's kind of related to the same sort of stuff you see in the Bandit CTF. So if we just do lsla on the ... directory, we do see something here. Yeah. Barry Lazy, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And you know what? Let's do a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? There you go. Okay, so there are two. There's one. So triple dot directory is indicated here. Then from the top level directory. That's really strange. Toan Nguyen, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge then. What do we got? So how many lines contain tab characters in the file named filledwithtabs.txt in the current directory? So file with tabs.txt. So I mean, I think what we can do for this particular, can we grep for tabs? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Kavato. Thank you very much. Can we do a grep for tabs? Grep for tab characters. So grep a tab in Unix. So you can use grep v what? So the most straightforward method for shells in bash are to grep for literal tabs. So grep tab in filename.txt. Can we just do this? Thank you very much, Thiago Lazari, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let's try it. Let's try it. So grep for the tab in file with tabs.txt, and okay, we've got the tabs. How many lines contain cab characters? How many lines contain cab characters in the file in the current directory? So we would grep that, and then what, word count? Word count line? That worked. Okay, that worked. Not so hard. That one wasn't very difficult. So this was the command here. Can you grep by ASCII? Yeah, I mean most of the time we're grepping by ASCII because ASCII is everything in the standard character set. So the standard ASCII list is all this stuff. Or I guess this is a little bit easier to look at. So the standard ASCII list looks like this. Everything up until ASCII symbol number 31, these are all non-printable characters, but all the printable characters are over here. And I guess tabs should be part of the non-printable characters list in here. The bread says x09 would also be the same as tab. So hex 09. Is this a tab? So hex 09 should be this, right? Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So it says there are files in this challenge with different file extensions. HT equals horizontal tab. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, The Bread. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Tews? Thank you very much. Welcome to the team. Okay, so remove all the files without the txt and exe extensions recursively. Oh no. Uh-oh. This one seems a bit difficult. Remove all the files without the .txt and exe extensions recursively in the current working directory. So there are files in this challenge with different file extensions. So we're doing we have, so there's no extension, which is A, there's B, there's blog, there's C. Thank you very much for subscribing. Russian name? Not sure. It's Cyrillic. But welcome and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so recursively, remove all the there's probably like hidden directories in here. So there's oh, there are other directories. There's an A directory, there's a B directory, and there's a C directory. So we need to delete everything inside of those directories as well. So how do we get that done? So remove all the files without the txt and exe extensions. Without the txt and exe extensions. So find in this directory by name. So it has to be files without a file extension. Linux find file without txt extension, for example. To find files in Linux that do not have a txt extension, the find command can be used with the not operator and the name primarily. Okay, so type F not name star.txt. Okay, so go in here, name not star.txt. Is that it? Type F. So type file here. Okay, let's see what happens. Pats must precede expression star.txt. Did I not put that in correctly? Type F not. Oh, okay. Not goes before name. Okay, so this gives us these files. So txt.file. That's really tricky. So txt, it's got a double extension. So we found all the stuff that is not txt here. Okay? And then we need to, can we search for more than one thing at a time? We can also do not name star.bat or star.exe because we're not supposed to delete the exe extensions. Without txt or exe extensions. So what is this? Does txt.file count as a txt extension? I'm kind of confused about that. Okay, so if we run it like that, then we don't get those things, and we need to run exec on it. So exec, remove all the files without these extensions. So on each of these things, exec rm on each one of these things. That worked. Okay, so this was the command we used. So we found all the things without the correct extensions. Yeah, .txt .file is not, .file is the extension, right? That makes sense. Okay, so the next thing is there are some files in this directory that start with the dash in the file name. Remove those files that start with the dash in the file name. So having a dash at the start of the file name makes it funky, I guess. So we're gonna have a harder time removing those. Start with the dash in the file name. So we can see here that there is -a, -f, and -foo. So we need to delete files that start with a dash. So let's see, Linux find file name starts with dash. So to find files in Linux whose names start with a hyphen, you need to use the find command and handle the special nature of the hyphen as a potential option flag. The general strategy for find to locate based on file names is find name pattern. When the pattern starts with a hyphen, you need to use a special trick to prevent the shell or find from interpreting it as an option. You can achieve this by using the -- separator, which signifies the end of options for a command. I didn't know about this. This is I didn't get this last one. Oh, are you talking? So CPU, are you talking about the find command? The find command was basically finding everything that didn't have like those file extensions, the txt1 and the exe1. So find dot name. Well, we'll give this a try. So yeah, so hyphens at the start of a file name, they're tricky. Okay, so we'll give this a try. Find name these things. Unknown predicate. Okay, so paths must precede expression. So apparently this doesn't quite work the way we want it to. Okay, if you have the files like myfile.txt templog, run the command with the above input, and it should retrieve this. I mean, it's not really working in this case because it's giving me an error message. Okay, find all the files with the file name beginning with the specified thing. Let's see, myString, find myString type F. I don't think this is what we need to be looking for. Well, let's see, hotplate says, what about trying dash star dot star? Dash star dot star? Maybe, yeah. We can give it a try. Okay, so name. Okay, it doesn't recognize this. Yeah, this is a tricky little thing. How can I open a file whose name starts with this? We'll try asking the AI. Let's try ChatGPT. Expecting one file, but we're printing all. So, using the Linux find command, how do we find files that start with a hyphen? Okay, Lautadev, hello, nice to see you here. Hi from Argentina. Hello. Hello, Lautadev, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Files that begin with a hyphen are tricky because many tools interpret them as options, not file names. Okay, find command has several safe ways to handle this. Prefix it. So type f name this thing. So since the name matches just the file name, not the path, you usually want this. Find dot type f name. This works because name takes a pattern, not a path, and the pattern is quoted. I don't know if this is going to work. This is very similar to what the other AI suggested. Okay, let's give this a try. Okay. Did we find anything? We did. We did find something. Okay. So we managed to find the files that start with the hyphen. So all we need to do now is we need to delete them. So exec rm on those things and delete that stuff. Done. Great. Okay, next challenge. Okay, you can also use delete instead of exec rm. Oh, Pollock, hello, nice to see you here. I'm not very familiar with using delete with find, but you know what? It's good to know more about these commands. So find help. Do we see delete in here? Tests. Actions delete. Okay. So then we can't. This is one of the things we can do. So delete is probably easier than using exec because it's a little bit. It takes less stuff. Cypher, hello, nice to see you here. How much longer? So we're going to be streaming for another. Let's see. It's about 7 now. Maybe 90 minutes or so. I've got an interview coming up with a colleague of mine. Well, not colleague, somebody else in the InfoSec space in Vancouver who's been working for a really long time in InfoSec. Hack Smarter, hello, nice to see you here. I saw your video, Hack Smarter, on the TCM announcement. Yeah, I also. So if anybody doesn't know, Hack Smarter did a video on TCM, the Cyber Mentor, and the Cyber Mentor is a really big. He has a really big YouTube channel, and he also started up a company called TCM Security, which is really well known and has a reputation for providing very affordable training to people who want to get into cybersecurity. And TCM, the Cyber Mentor, is going to be leaving his company. So he's going to be leaving TCM Security at the start of next year, I think. So in about a month or so. And HackSmarter did a video on it. Let me see if I can pull it up. YouTube. Oh. Actually, I've got the video pulled up on my other monitor. Let me just get this one. So here's the link. And everybody who doesn't know, HackSmarter is also a person who streams on YouTube. Well, streams on YouTube and Twitch. I'll give them a shout out. There you go. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised that that TCM is leaving his company, but I guess he's got other plans. Anyways, we're doing some challenges over at CmdChallenge. So it's basically finding fun little Linux. These are little Linux puzzles, basically. So there are two files in this directory, PSEF1 and PSEF2. Print the contents of both files, sorted by PID. Sorted by PID. Huh, that's funny. I've never had to sort by PID before. Hold on. CPU says, I guess exec rm just removes what you found with the find command. Yeah, that's what the exec part of the find command does. So whatever files that match, you can run a command on them. And in this case, we're using rm, which just deletes the files. Print the contents of both files sorted by PID and delete the repeated lines. Okay, so PID. No, it's PS. So PS gets the running processes. How would we? So if they're not running, how would we know what the PID is? Two files in this directory. That's how many challenges does this site have? I mean, we've done maybe 50 of them here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. So I'm guessing there's like 40 something challenges here, And then there's another series of challenge. There are two other series of challenges as well. So I'm guessing something in the neighborhood of like probably 100 challenges. That's my guess. But yeah, if you're interested in sharpening up your Linux skills, it's a pretty good site to try out. Okay, so print the contents of both files. How do we sort by PID? I've never had to do this before. Linux sort files by PID. So to sort files by the process ID of the process that is interacting with them, lsof command can be used. This command is used to list open files in the processes that own them. So lsof. So pipe that into sort. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go into here. lsof. So this command lists open files. So list of open files. So list OF stands for open files. And this option, only the PIDs of the processes. So let's go back in here. I've never had to do this stuff before. Okay, lsof command not found. So I mean, we can't solve it this way because this server doesn't have the lsof command. So we can't do that. So we can't use any solutions that use lsof. But is lsof on my system? lsof does exist on the system here, but it doesn't exist on the system that's working in CmdChallenge. Which lsof? So this thing doesn't exist. We have to find some way to sort files by PID. So this doesn't give us any other information for this thing. Can I sort the output of ls by the last modified date? I mean, the concept of the challenge seems weird. There are two files in this directory. Print the contents of both files sorted by PID. Print the contents of both files. So print the contents of both files. That's basically just the cat command. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, I also run them. Usually we just run them on YouTube, but not today. We got them automated today. Let's put on some birds. So this is my favorite bird video. Actually, this is not it. Let me get my favorite bird video. This is my favorite bird video. Please enjoy the birds while I take a little water break. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Cypher says 2 crows harassed me for months. These are not these are not crows, but I understand how crows can be traumatizing. All right, let's put the birds away. And Amir, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so print the contents of both files sorted by PID and delete repeated lines. We'll try asking a friendly AI. Okay, how can I sort files by PID on a Linux system? Cat ps sort and then unique. Cat ps oh okay. So cat both the files, right? So cat both the files, cat ps star, right? That's just going to, wait, what is this? Current directory ps all of the files that start with the word ps. Oh, you know what? This is, okay. Cat dot star ps ef. So the fact that there are colons, or sorry, there are hyphens in the file name here, it kind of messes stuff up. Wait, did the file contents themselves have this PID stuff in it? That, all right. Let's just output one of these. Cat psef1. PSEF1. Oh, okay. Man, this is okay. So I think my interview partner, Airman, is here. Let me go ahead and send him a message. I'm just coordinating with him on Discord right now. Okay. So my interview guest is ready to start. So I'm just gonna stop my timer and let me just. I need to add my Discord to my audio sources. Just a sec. So add Discord. Okay, and I'm gonna go into the Discord call. So my guest, his name is Airman, and he's a veteran of the infosec scene. Okay, hello, Airman, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, so everybody, could you tell me if you can hear Airman?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, just waiting on people in chat to tell me whether or not they can hear you. Okay, XR says that you can. Yep. All right, everybody can hear. All right, we're here to interview our good friend Airman and yeah, get a little demonstration on Docker stuff. So let me change my overlays a little bit. Okay, cool. So I guess Airman, can you introduce yourself to the audience? And if we get any questions, I'll relay them to you. Okay?
Sounds good. Hey, everybody. Airman here. I've been doing InfoSec for over 20 years now. Done a lot of different roles from blue team to red team, GRC, you name it. Lately, I've been focusing on product security.
Okay. And are you all right sharing what kind of role you do in InfoSec right now?
Yeah, dude, I'm director of security engineering, so I work with development teams to improve the security of the product that we make.
Okay, awesome. And in the past, you've worked in red team roles and blue team roles and other security related roles, yeah. And what are some of the more fun roles that you've worked in the past?
I really enjoy doing product security and working with engineers and developers. I feel like I started my career early on as a part-time developer, so I think that I kind of can relate to what they do and also bring the cybersecurity experience that I've had over the years and kind of sort of bring those two things together and be helpful that way. So probably like what I've been doing the last 6 years or so have been the most fun. I can share though the role that was maybe the least fun that I've ever had, and that was I've spent a couple years doing IT audit. It's a tough role for me, at least it was, because I like seeing the results of my work. So, and with audit, there's no kind of immediate feedback loop. It's like, well, you do some audit, you deliver a report, things might happen afterwards, and you might not never know about those things. So that piece was like that kind of lack of feedback and lack of seeing the results of what you do was really tough for me.
Okay. So let's do a little round of questions. I'm sure everybody's interested in hearing about your story. So I'll ask some of the questions I've got prepared here one by one. And so the first question is, what is your hacker origin story? Did you go to school for a computer-related program, or did you go to school for something else?
I went to school to study physics and math. So they're not necessarily like computer science. I never like formally did much, at least computer science. But the the university did teach me about analytical thinking and kind of persistence, because a lot of the things that you learn in math and physics is tough, and you have to, persevere to get there. And that's definitely true in computer security and cybersecurity specifically, because like there's a lot of things that don't work from the get-go, and you need to like figure things out and have a certain level of persistence to get there. Uh, but yeah, so I kind of studied physics and math. I worked part-time as a developer for a bit, not for too long. And then I started getting into security. And I started as like similar to what, I don't know if you kind of followed Bruce Schneier. He kind of started, and he still is a well-known cryptographer, but he's then pivoted into cybersecurity in general. And so that's not exactly the same. I never was a cryptographer, but I started my security career focusing on PKI and cryptographic systems, more deploying than developing. And then I realized that's a very small slice of cybersecurity, and so I wanted to kind of learn more and expand my skills, and I kind of went from there. So most of my career I've spent in InfoSec, but even before that, I was quite interested in just technology in general. So I was when I was a teenager, I was learning by myself programming and writing little programs and like mini games and whatnot, and kind of interested in computers in general. So that kind of translated into my fascination with cybersecurity. I mainly held like blue team enterprise security roles, not as much kind of red team roles. But at some point of time, I realized that not knowing more about hacking and how hackers think and the tooling that they use is actually detrimental to my work. And maybe not detrimental, but I could do so much more, and I can have much more informed opinions and things, and how to like prioritize things to focus as a blue teamer. And so I decided to learn more about red teaming and hacking. And so I did pass OSCP. I got pretty serious at the time, so I did spend quite a bit of time on Hack the Box. I was in top 100 back then. Probably not possible anymore, but it was a kind of a they were just starting out. They were a fairly new platform at the time. So that did improve kind of my thinking overall as a blue teamer. So I was happy that I did that, and kind of it gave me the perspective that I definitely was lacking.
Awesome, awesome. So, I mean, you don't necessarily need to go to school for, a computer-related program to get into cybersecurity. There are people who are working in cybersecurity come from very, very unrelated unrelated fields for sure. But yeah, that's a good message to spread to people.
That's true, but I also want to highlight that cybersecurity is relatively recent industry as an industry, and back when I was studying, there wasn't a lot, if any, programs like school programs for cybersecurity. Like most of the people had to learn by themselves, either like by joining some enthusiast groups and sharing whatever knowledge that they could find and share like write-ups and whatnot, or just on their own, like reading documentation. And probably the biggest difference that in terms of learning, the biggest difference that was made for my career is just learning tech in general. So I tell everybody that the best book, like work-related book that I ever read was TCP/IP Illustrated, which basically talks about how TCP/IP works and like the Ethernet and TCP/IP and DNS and how all of those things connect together to create this communication network. And that's super valuable to both red teamers and blue teamers. Just understanding the tag gives you a big advantage.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. Let me set it up over here so I can. So I'll put the question on the screen. And all right, so here's the question. Which aspects of cybersecurity and hacking do you enjoy the most? Which category of challenges would you consider to be the thing that you're most excited about? Would it be web app hacking, digital forensics, binary hacking, or something else?
Um, Definitely application security is a big interest of mine, as well as cloud security. Lately, I've been focusing also a lot on developer tooling and like CI/CD pipelines and how those get hacked and how we can secure those. So all of that basically, as I said, I quite enjoy, and I work a lot with product teams. So focusing on that product security view end to end, from the code written on a developer's laptop to how it gets to version control, to how it gets built, to how it gets deployed in a cloud environment, and ultimately runs and delivers value to our customers. So end to end view of that is a big interest of mine.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry. I need to keep track of this stuff. Okay, so the next question is, what kind of education path or training path would a person take to do a job like yours or a job role like yours?
That's a tough one, and I don't think I have a clear answer. And I think um, kind of the job market has changed quite a bit since I was starting, so it wouldn't necessarily be a good advice coming from me. But as I said, a couple things that definitely matter today, and I see like successful candidate follow. First is, as I said, the kind of the baseline knowledge of technology and how technology works. That's always helpful. So like I firmly believe that you can hack something, or at least you can do really well in cybersecurity if you don't understand how things work. The second thing that I'll mention is it's more important than ever to kind of build your portfolio, especially if you're starting, if you're just starting in the field. You need to somehow differentiate from everybody else who's trying to do the same thing. And so any practical experience that you can show, even if it's not like work, like even if it's not your work experience, but things like doing CTFs and doing some, personal projects and showing your work and being able to demonstrate sort of results and learnings from that, that's super important. But I think the third thing that I can say is try to think about the role that you want to get, because the skills that are required for, let's say, SOC analysts versus red teamers or pen testers versus somebody working in GRC are very different, and you need to tailor your skills towards the role that you ultimately want to get, because like you don't have like infinite amount of time to skill up, and so you need to be a little bit strategic. And so think about the type of role first, and then work backwards from there. Think about the skills that you will likely need for that role, and kind of work towards that.
That's great advice. That's great advice. Okay, so
I think people still don't hear any sound.
oh,
I might be wrong.
yeah, no. I mute my microphone while you're answering, so you don't hear me clacking away on my keyboard in the background. But yeah, okay. So if anybody has any questions in the chat, feel free to type them in the chat, and I can ask Airman live on air, because this is what we do. All right, so let's go ahead and work our way into the next question. So I'll just grab that from okay. So this next question is about where you can where you get your training and fundamental skills. So the question is, where do people learn the fundamentals of tech to start their technical infosec journey? Are there any websites or particular methods of learning the fundamentals of tech if you want to get into cybersecurity or hacking in general?
I think here everybody has their own path, and it also depends on kind of what style of learning fits you the most. As I mentioned, I read quite a bit of books, and any kind of tech book that I could lay my hands on, I would read. But I also personally like to just try things. So having a home lab or doing CTFs really makes me learn much faster. So I like, if I have a choice between some talk and some workshop, 9 times out of 10 I'll pick a workshop, because by doing I feel like I learn faster. So and talking about a home lab, I think that could be important in a sense that it gives you that practical experience. It gives you ability to try things on your own and experiment. And nowadays, like, that home lab doesn't need to be anything expensive, like a couple Raspberry Pis, or if you don't want to run, you can basically run your whole lab in the cloud. Just basically deploy a couple droplets in DigitalOcean or AWS or whatever your cloud of choice is, and play there. It's really easy to get started, but I feel like that practical experience is super important. The other thing that I'll mention is I'm a big proponent of creating or joining social groups. So find a community within wherever you live, find like-minded people, and go talk to them. So firstly, you'll learn, but secondly, that's also helpful for like job hunting. Knowing people is helpful for job hunting. So creating that personal network and the connections will definitely help you in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very big proponent of telling people that they should get involved in their local InfoSec community if they're looking to get into cybersecurity in general. Because, I mean, the thing is that a lot of people I hear back from, they say that they live in small towns, they don't live near big cities. So it's a bit harder for those people to get into to get connected to in-person cybersecurity groups. But if you live in a really big city, most of those big cities have a population of cybersecurity professionals who might meet up on a monthly basis, for example. And
Yeah, and
yep, go on.
if you're in a smaller town, there's also quite a lot of online communities, so that could be another option. It's a little bit more detached, so it's less helpful in terms of the network, but it's probably more helpful in terms of learning because you get to meet more people that way. And there's a number of those that are free and kind of freely available, and people are often just willing to share what they know.
Okay, so I've got a question from YouTube chat. So user Azertron Online asks, "Hi, nice to meet you all. New here. Arch, by the way. In the case of making open source projects and handling them, do you use GitHub or anything else?"
I personally do use GitHub. I don't contribute to any big projects, but I've open sourced a couple smaller tools that I wrote over the years. I think anything that works is fine. GitHub is probably the most popular option because it's free, especially for open source projects. And it also has quite a bit of presence in the sense that majority of the open source projects are hosted on GitHub. So you cannot go wrong with GitHub. But ultimately, I don't think it matters that much. GitHub has been pretty good service, and they also give you definitely for public projects, they give you like free CI/CD minutes. So if you want, like if you're writing some tool and you want like binaries to be available, you can use their GitHub Actions to build the binaries and automatically publish them in GitHub. You don't need to do that manually, so that's quite nice too.
Okay, and I see another YouTube question. Somebody asks, "What if I'm trying to change careers from AI? So you're trying to get out of AI. How would someone a year out of BSCS get into cybersecurity?" I'm not too sure what BS stands for in this case. What do you think that could stand for?
I don't know, Bachelor of Science or something?
Bachelor of Science. Okay. Oh, Bachelors of Science. Okay. So Bachelors of Science, computer science? So how do they get into cybersecurity from Bachelors of Science? I mean, that's a pretty common route to get into cybersecurity from CS, right?
I think it is. What I feel in application security specifically, most of the companies that are hiring AppSec engineers, a lot of them would want to see you have experience developing software that makes you speak developers' language and makes your kind of communication and relationships with them smoother because you kind of understand what they do. So that transition is relatively easy. You just need to, skill up a bit, learn on your own, and off you go. I've seen some companies prefer to hire um, software engineers that have interest in security to actually security engineers that have dealt with like infrastructure and whatnot into AppSec roles. So transitioning from software development or AI, if you're kind of touch technology or were an engineer in general, transitioning into AppSec is probably one of the easier paths. But again, I think you need to think about what skills you might be lacking today that typically would be asked. Then you can just search for open positions and see what they're asking, and come up with professional development plan to get there, and either learn or try to get some hands-on experience to be able to demonstrate that you at least are able to pick up new things and you're interested in the topic, and show that.
Okay, and man, we've got a lot of questions from YouTube for unexpected. Let's see. So next question is, how long can it take for somebody to become better in a red teaming role in line of self-teaching, and things should some what are some things that people should care about when they're learning on their own? I mean, it's kind of a tough question. So as far as
Um,
yep, go on.
no, that's hard to answer. Again, I think the most important part is persistence and like not giving up, but also understanding when you're stuck and trying to come up with techniques to get unstuck.
Yeah, I mean that's that I consider this a tough question. Self-teaching, a lot of the things about offensive cybersecurity roles is that the people who work in offensive cybersecurity roles tend to be self-starters. They're people who are self-motivated and they go out and they do a lot of research on the things that they want to learn about. And just for fun, somebody mentioned Bizite. Have you heard of Bizite before? Or Bazite?
I think it's Bazite. I've heard of it before. It's a interesting concept and sort of tangentially related to the topic that we're going to talk about. It's basically applying how container images are built to the operating system and giving you the same approach to managing that operating system image. They're basically it becomes this atomic immutable thing, and you just layer or when you need to upgrade, for example, you just say, okay, I want a new version now. You restart and you've got a new version. It's an interesting project, I think. I haven't used it much. I've played with it just a little bit, and there's different flavors. I think there's one that runs on Steam Deck, and there's a couple more that are meant for more like desktop computers. Um, I'm curious where that whole direction is going to go and whether it'll take off. But I feel like the ability, the ease of upgrades, and also ability to roll back those upgrades, and the atomic nature of the versioning of the base system, and the fact that it's immutable. Um, there's a lot of interesting ideas there, so I'm really curious how that's going to develop. I think just overall that approach started with, and I might be wrong here. This is kind of my impression, but I think this whole approach started with CoreOS, which was like a server operating system that was specifically designed to run containers and was kind of lightweight, didn't have anything else, and so they sort of applied some ideas from that to build a desktop Linux distribution based on the same tech.
Okay, we've got an ad. We have an advertisement running on the Twitch stream right now. So we're just going to wait for about 60 seconds before we proceed. But yeah, to everybody in chat, if you have any questions to ask to our good friend Airman, let us know in the chat, and we'll try to fit in the questions as best we can. So somebody asked whether or not getting like a degree is necessary to get into cybersecurity. It I would say it's absolutely not required to get a degree if you don't want to get a degree to get into cybersecurity. What's your quick take on that, Airman?
That's also a tough question. I've seen a lot of successful cybersecurity people who don't have a cybersecurity degree, including myself, as I mentioned. So from that perspective, I don't think it's necessary, but that might also be changing. So it's hard to say what's going to be important in like 5, 10 years. But historically, I don't think it's required. And again, as I mentioned, back in the day, like let's say 10 years ago, there wasn't a lot of cybersecurity degrees you could take. There was like you could do computer science, but it most likely it was hard to find kind of cybersecurity focused degrees. So yeah, I feel like it's not necessarily required, but also on the other hand, if you find a good one, it'll give you a good foundational knowledge. and possibly will also connect you with like internship opportunities in companies that looking for that talent and kind of help you with the placement.
I don't know about what your experience is, Airman, but most of the cybersecurity degrees that I've looked at, I took a look at the what is it called? The curriculum that the students go through, and it feels like most of these cybersecurity degrees are designed to put the students into SOC analyst roles after they graduate. At least that's been my experience from what I've seen. But have you seen anything different?
I think that's fair. I don't have stats, but that would make sense because I think there's more roles along those lines probably than like more specialized roles. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Okay. So the next question is, so you've worked in really, really big companies. Do you mind sharing with us like the kind of really large companies you've worked for, or should we just, just say that you've worked in some big companies?
I mean, yeah, I did work. I mean, I worked for small, medium, and big companies as well. And I worked in like oil and gas, finance, and tech. Um, the environments are quite different. Big difference. Working, in my view, the big difference working for a bigger company versus smaller company is kind of how much more specialized you tend to get. So if you enjoy more, like I focus on this one thing and I know it really well, that's probably you should be like thinking about bigger teams where you'll be able to like there's going to be enough work for you to be able to focus on that one thing versus in smaller companies it's like you do whatever needs to be done, but that also gives you the end-to-end perspective often that you likely will be missing in a bigger company. Like you will likely not understand the whole cybersecurity program, and if you really want to see all the bits and pieces and how they all work together and fit together, you probably will be better off at a smaller company.
Okay. And so when you're working in big companies versus small companies, on a personal level, which what size of company feels the most satisfying to work for? Does it feel more satisfying to work for a small company where you're doing everything, or does it feel better to work as part of a bigger team?
I think it's personal. I'm okay with either environment, but at the same time, I do kind of having that end-to-end view of the cybersecurity program helps me because that like it's understanding all those different things helps prioritize what I focus on. But I think at the same time that is um, like that really depends on your working style and what you enjoy. So it's going to be different for different people. There's no kind of one answer fits all.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Let me check chat for potential questions. Let's see. Oh, I need to catch up with chat. What resources played the biggest role in taking you from a beginner to where you are today? So, what was the biggest influence that helped you become the person you are in InfoSec today? Would you say it was like reading a lot of books, or
Yeah, books definitely played a big role. I did try to, whenever I could, especially if like work paid for it, I did definitely try to get as much training as I could, especially if it was like hands-on training. Um, but yeah, I think it's just, you know, I don't feel like there was like one thing that ultimately made me who I am. It's just, over the years, learning all the time, paid the dividends. It's almost like that saying, if you're like getting 1% better every day, like 10 years later, you're super good. So it's that mindset of always learning and improving and being curious and trying to understand how things work and fit together, and being focused on that. So I don't think there's like one thing that ultimately made difference more than others.
Okay, and another question that came in is tech is growing fast, and also the industry is becoming very diverse and vast. But what knowledge would you give to someone who wants to get extremely good in the field of tech in 5 years? That's a that's a tough question. That's,
It is a tough question. I would go back to kind of one of my earlier answers. I think it's, even if that will change in 5 years, I think it would be good to kind of set a target for yourself for now. It's like, this is the type of role I want to do, and work backwards from there in terms of what do I need to know to get there. And even if that target is going to change gradually, it probably is not going to change drastically. Just basically work backwards from where you want to be. So different types of roles, though, I think require different skill sets. And I jokingly tell people that I talk to this anecdote that when I was a teenager, my mom would occasionally take me to work to help her out with computers. And I distinctly remember that everybody at her work would call anybody who would touch computers a programmer. And it's sort of the same thing now with the cybersecurity field. It's not one field. There's like probably a dozen different roles in the field that you could do. And firstly, understanding that helps, and picking which direction you want to go within that field helps, and then working backwards from that role helps. And talking about that, in my mind, I kind of split the cybersecurity role into I slice that the industry into these kind of big slices or big buckets. So on one hand, you have sort of buckets of GRC, blue teams, and red teams. So that's kind of you've got your technical roles, either defender or attacker. So that would be your blue teamers, like SOC analyst, and kind of growing from there, and like pen testers, red teamers, etc. And GRC folks who focus more on risk management and governance and like policies and dealing with auditors and all that kind of stuff. And then you have a different slice of kind of what kind of company you're working for. And you could be working for an enterprise, especially if you're a blue teamer. So like working with internal teams and protecting enterprise networks and enterprise applications. You could be working in consulting. So that's company that sort of offers professional services to other companies. So you come, you do some project, either deploy something or secure something, etc., and you leave to the next project, kind of thing. And there's tech, and in tech you typically work on securing not just the company, and maybe not mainly the company, but like something that the company makes, some sort of application, technology, service, etc. And so these are sort of two different slices of the field, and sort of think about what of those buckets you belong to. Are you more leaning towards GRC and like management, governance, policies, that kind of stuff? More blue teaming, like looking at alerts or securing, configuring systems and protecting them, or more hacking, red teaming, pen testing, bug bounty hacking, hunting, that kind of stuff. And then also like whether you think you would enjoy working for a larger company, being part of a bigger team, or doing consulting and then you can think about like the big four options or other consulting companies that offer cybersecurity services, or working in tech and working on like bleeding edge technologies and securing those. And then kind of the skill sets for those are quite different. So you have to pick, or at least roughly understand those buckets to be able to be intentional about the direction and what you learn to get there.
Okay. So next we've got a couple of AI related questions because well, people won't stop talking about AI because everybody's very concerned about it. So the first question is, how is the rise of AI technology affecting cybersecurity workers? Is the technology making things easier or harder?
Um, what I've seen so far is, so I'll put aside the hype. The hype is real, but I also don't know how well it reflects the reality. So let's put that aside. What I've seen so far is AI tools are kind of are similar to, in a sense, to any other tool. So they're force amplifier. They're useful things to make you work faster, better, etc. And it's the same for blue teamers as it is for red teamers. So AI tools are definitely useful. They make you more productive, and you absolutely would benefit from learning to use them. And I mean, I joined your stream just like 10 minutes before we started the interview, and I was like, you've been using AI tooling to solve the CTF challenges, and you can do maybe not the same thing, but similar things with like your work responsibilities. It's like, I have this quick question. I don't know the answer. I can like spend an hour doing research, or I can get an answer in 5 minutes using some AI tools. And you definitely like that. That's force multiplier, and that will make you work better and faster. And you should definitely learn how to use the tools effectively to be kind of to get the benefits of them. But you should also expect that threat actors are going to be doing the same thing. And I don't believe right now, at least, that like our jobs are going to be automated by AI end to end. There's still a lot of things that are hard to automate, but they're definitely AI tooling is super useful to get results quicker and occasionally get better quality results. And everybody definitely should like think about how to use the tools to improve the work that they do.
Okay, and I guess a related question here is how are AI powered attackers or like automated attackers that are using AI agents? How are they affecting the industry? Have you noticed a lot of a lot of these kind of attacks recently?
Uh I've noticed people talking about them. I can't say that I've noticed them in real life, and that's why I'm kind of saying, I said, putting aside the hype cycle, because it's hard to say at the moment, at least for me, whether, I mean, it's real, but what volume there is that like, does it actually increase volume by much in terms of the number of attacks or the quality of the attacks? I'm not sure, and I haven't seen good kind of reliable research that talks about that. Yes, there's like article that will make rounds on LinkedIn saying, "Oh, we've automated this end to end, blah blah blah," and then you start reading it, and it's very specific one use case, and it you can kind of read between the lines that they failed miserably for any other use cases, and so it's very typically very targeted and not very widespread. So I don't know how much it affects the industry. It's definitely affecting the industry in the sense that Like one piece that you definitely can see the difference is just the quality of phishing emails, because what AI does well is write, and like whereas I don't know 5-10 years ago you could spot phishing emails with almost 100% accuracy, but just by just typos in the email, you no longer can rely on that. But apart from that, I think in terms of just automating attacks end to end and whatnot, we're a little bit away from that being a game changer today. And we might get there, but who knows when.
Okay, so we'll just take one or two more questions before we move on to the demonstration. I'm actually very I'm very looking forward to hearing you talk about Docker, because Docker is a very interesting technology which I have been making use of. But anyways, the a couple more questions. The next one is, how will quantum computing affect cybersecurity? Um, yeah. So what are your opinions on quantum computing and the security?
Uh, I'll begin by saying that I'm not an expert in quantum computing. What I know is already like we're planning for it, which is uh, quantum computing. When it will become slightly more powerful, it will definitely change the world of cryptography, because most of the traditional crypto algorithms are not quantum strong, and so sufficiently powerful quantum computers will be able to break them in like reasonable amount of time. So we're already seeing NSA, for example, developing a quantum resistant crypto algorithms, and I don't know when we'll get there, when those standards are going to be like published. I know there's kind of a number of algorithms that are good candidates for that, but crypto is definitely changing with quantum computing. How else they're going to affect cybersecurity is, I don't actually know. I haven't heard of at least other fields that are going to be definitely affected in a major way. I wouldn't say it's not possible, but it's not clear at the moment what those ways will be.
Okay, so we'll just do one more question before we move on to the demo. So somebody was asking about certifications. Are they required? And I guess the other part of the question is, if so, which ones? I'll,
Uh, that's a loaded question that's better asked of HR reps. That's kind of quick answer, but going back to the idea, like certifications play different roles depending on what stage of your career you're in. If you've been in the industry for 20 years, they're probably not going to matter as much as if you're just starting. But if you are just starting, I think certifications are a good way to show your dedication and to show your knowledge that's independently validated. Personally, I do have some certifications. Lately, I've been kind of preferring certifications that are hands-on, and so OSCP is in that category, where like it's not just a bunch of multiple choice questions and you answer them correctly and you're done. I think those show show skills less than a hands-on certification. But I also selfishly prefer certifications where you don't need to recertify every X number of years. Again, OSCP is a good example. You got it once and you have it for the rest of your life. CISSP, CISM are in that category, not from kind of the hands-on perspective, but from the recertification perspective. There's certain requirements, but you don't need to pass the exam again. Vendor certifications can be useful, but they can be useful if you know that you're going to be working with that technology. So if it's either some sort of like pre-sales engineer role or a role specifically supporting that technology, vendor certifications definitely can make a difference. Again, just because how my career progresses, I'm not focusing on any specific technologies, so I tend to have less of those and kind of focus on more sort of generic or vendor neutral certifications.
That's a really good answer, and I guess it really, yeah, people. I mean, if you've been working in cybersecurity for quite a few years, then your certifications don't really matter as much as your job experience or your references. I would assume.
Right.
Oh, here's a fun fact. OSCP is going towards a renewal model. Um,
Oh, jeez. You had to ruin my evening.
well, they've got they have I think they've got it split into two versions of OSCP.
Right.
There's like an enhanced version of it. It's called like OSCP Plus or something like that.
Hmm.
But yeah, certificate as a service. One person says in chat, GroudXT, thank you very much. That's great. But yeah, do you want to move on into the demonstration part of the collaboration?
Yeah, sounds good. Let me share my screen and let's validate that the tech works, which it usually doesn't.
Okay, so I just need to coordinate this
Yeah, go for it.
with Discord. So what I need you to do is I need you to share your screen, and then I can full screen it and put it on the live stream.
I just did.
Oh, hmm. I don't see it, or is it in like a pop-up or something? This is a
It's showing for me. Shall I reshare? Let's try again. How about now?
okay. I don't. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, no, no, no.
You
Okay,
don't see
okay.
it in the
I see it.
Discord?
I see it now. Yeah, okay. Live demo stuff. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna turn on your stream. Okay, great. I see it. And then I'll drag it onto the screen here. Then I will full screen it. And then I will hide participants. Where is that option? Okay.
That little button, I think. Yep. There we go.
Whoops. Okay, okay. I think yeah, we can do it like this. Awesome. All right, let's start the demo then.
All right. So Shahad and I were talking about what kind of demo I can do, and I sort of took a workshop that I ran a couple times, and the workshop is focused on how to use Docker for security use cases. And I personally love Docker for a couple reasons. One is it's a technology that if you work in for a tech company, you will very likely encounter, because that's kind of the underpinning of how modern services are deployed and operated. And on the other hand, I personally think that not only that, but it's also a technology that's useful for security engineers, because it can, if you use it, it can make your life much easier. And so I guess the goal is to firstly provide a walkthrough or overview of what Docker is and why it was created in the first place, and kind of the moving pieces or core terminology of Docker, and then explore a couple, 2 or 3 typical use cases that I personally have used Docker for, and maybe you can too. And so I've got a couple slides to begin with, and then I've got a bunch of sort of demo, live demo things that we can go through. And we'll start with what is Docker? And when I just started working with Docker, I thought of Docker as this kind of micro VM solution. It's like, oh, I can run Ubuntu or Alpine or something else, and it feels like VM, and it starts instantly, so it's great. It must be this kind of VM technology that's lightweight, works really fast. But as I worked with it more and more, I realized that's absolutely wrong way of thinking about that. And Docker initially was created a way to package and run software in a repeatable manner. So think about that. It's like I take a software package, I add all of the dependencies that it needs, so it runs the same way regardless of what server, what machine I run it on, and what libraries or versions of those libraries are installed. And I take that package with all the dependencies, and this is kind of my container, and I can now run that software repeatably in a sense that it's not going to break, it's not going to, crash and whatnot, but I can run it on any server or machine that has Docker installed. So it sort of decouples that software from the environment in which it needs to run. And as part of that decoupling, it also sandboxes those running applications so they don't fight for the resources that they assume they have exclusive control over. And so based on that, that's how that's why the overhead of running containers is much lower than running VMs. But also, when you read this whole explanation, there's not a single security word in it. Docker was not created to be secure. Docker was created as a convenient way to package and run things. And whatever security benefits that come out of it are sort of circumstantial and not necessarily like there by design or not necessarily enforced in a hard manner as in the case of VMs, for example. So to demonstrate that, kind of to compare virtual machines to Docker containers, so on the right-hand side, we have virtual machines. So you have like your hardware at the base layer, and then hypervisor, which kind of orchestrates the running of the VMs. And then every VM will have its own operating system and its own, like if we're talking about Linux, its own Linux kernel, and then applications running on top of that kernel. So however many virtual machines you packed onto that piece of hardware, that's how many kernels you're running, and then applications on top of it. Compared to Docker, the applications are still different, and so these are sort of app A, app B, app C, etc. These are the containers that are running within the containerized environment, but everything else is reused. So your kind of hardware, there's one operating system, one kernel that is being reused by all of the applications, and then Docker creates this kind of layer of isolation for the applications to run within the same operating system. So just based on that, the operating system layer is reused, and that's exactly what makes the containers much lighter than the VMs. Now let's talk about terminology. So to kind of the core concepts in containers are when you run a container, you basically take a container image, and that serves as a template for that container. So container image is basically that packaged software with all the dependencies. And when you start a container, it's basically an instance of that image that you have running. And you might have multiple instances of that. So image is more like a template again, and the container is the kind of the specific instantiation of the template. And then how you build those images are built typically based on something called Docker file. So that's essentially a step-by-step instruction of how to create the image. So we've got images, those are templates. We've got containers, that's the software running, that's the instance of the image. We've got tags, and tags are ultimately names for the images. And the way they're structured, they also include version numbers. I'll talk about tags in a little bit more down the road. And the other thing that you have is a registry or image registry. And registry is a way to host the images. So images should come from somewhere. Like you have, for example, for Ubuntu, you have the repository with all the packages from which you install the packages. So registry is basically that repository for the images that you can download the images from. And the most common one is Docker Hub. So that's Docker as a company running a public registry for everybody to use. But it's not the only registry that you can use. You can have private registries. Services like GitHub, for example, also run image registries, and you can download images from there or get images from there. So there's multiple registries than just Docker Hub, but Docker Hub is one of them. And then there's volumes, and volumes are a way to persist data for containers. So imagine you start a database container, so that database container needs to save data somewhere. And so volumes, if you didn't have volumes, you start a container, it runs, it saves data. Once you stop the container or kill the container, that data will be lost. And volumes are essentially a way to persist the data while you can still kill and stop containers and replace them with, for example, newer versions of the database. So it's a persistence mechanism for data. Docker can be installed on multiple platforms. The easiest way to install Docker is use Docker Desktop. It's available for Mac, Windows, and Linux. And the way Docker Desktop works is, to take a step back also, Docker is Linux-specific technology. So it uses Linux kernel primitives to create this illusion, not illusion, but to create this concept of a container. There's no a concept of a container in the kernel, but it's multiple capabilities within the kernel, like C groups and namespaces and other things that the Docker uses to kind of create this concept of containers. And so Docker Desktop will run kind of a streamlined VM, and then run Docker in that VM and ultimately give you tools to look like you're running them locally on your machine, but you're not, because, for example, if you're on Mac OS does not have a Linux kernel, so Docker containers cannot run natively on Mac OS. If you're using Linux, the easiest thing to install on either Kali Linux or Ubuntu-based derivatives is install docker.io. It's going to give you slightly not like fully up-to-date version, not the latest. So you can also install the latest called Docker Community Engine or Docker CE. But typically what I find is if you just need quick and dirty way to get Docker up and running on a server, if it's a Ubuntu server, this is the easiest way to do. There's also alternatives, basically containerization engines that are not Docker that you can also use if you want. So Rancher, which is kind of a Kubernetes distribution, they have Rancher Desktop that gives you Docker as well. Podman is a Red Hat project, also has containerization capabilities that sort of CLI flags are compatible with Docker and image formats are compatible with Docker. So you can use Podman Desktop. So those two are similar to Docker Desktop in terms of how they work. And also on the Mac, there's a CLI versions. One of them is called Colima. The idea is the same. It also runs a VM and then gives you Docker commands in your Mac environment. that feels like you're running containers on a Mac. All right, so with the core concepts out of the way, I'll pause for a sec to see if there's questions, and we can dive into learning some of the basic Docker commands.
Okay, so we'll just wait for a minute or two to see if anybody has any big questions about Docker. But in the meantime, I can... Okay. All right. Airman, you're... I can see your desktop now, ready for the demonstration. And yeah, so just really quickly now, I'm gonna shout out all the people who have subscribed over the last several minutes. John Chung on YouTube, Mr. Ray Romantico on YouTube, the 3000AJR on YouTube, Hugo Lemons on YouTube, Kinzoku Ryu on Twitch, Gmand23 on YouTube, Duk Hung on YouTube, 714 Erock on YouTube. Thank you very much to everybody for subscribing and following on your respective platforms. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, and let's see if there are any questions that are Docker related. GroudXT says, people say that kernel is shared from the host with the containers. That might not mean anything at first, but I couldn't get a custom Linux kernel to boot on an embedded device with the certain distro natively. I could do it using a host OS with the custom kernel and the distro's containered image, no problem.
I'm not sure I fully understand the image, the question, sorry. So when you start a container, it doesn't load a new kernel. It's the kernel of the host OS that the application is executed in. Depending on the kernel, you might or might not be able to install the Docker daemon, the Docker service itself. But if it installs and runs, you shouldn't have difficulties running different containers. So maybe I misunderstood the question, but if you can, in that case, if I didn't answer it, if you can rephrase it, maybe we can pick it up again.
Okay. The next question is from RP Goon. Would Docker be beneficial for running something like Comfy UI versus just using a venv environment?
I'm not sure what Comfy UI is, but if by venv you mean like a Python virtual environments, Docker is definitely like that's the prime use case. It's you have software, it has some unique dependencies that might be conflicting with other dependencies on your machine, and so you want to package it in a way to avoid those conflicts. That's the primary use case of Docker, and you can definitely do that.
I can definitely... Yeah, go on.
No, I just also want to mention that Docker, I've seen Docker used to run UI applications. Usually how you do it is you kind of create this virtual frame buffer service, and then kind of connect to it, typically using a browser, and kind of run a virtual X window system. It's not meant, to be honest, to run UI applications. So it's best, kind of the best use case is running services, running CLI applications, and things like that. UI, you have to be really creative to make it work.
Okay, and the next question is from Mad Hat is Taken. And their question is Docker safe with AI? So we're talking about AI agents?
So depends on what you mean safe. So as I mentioned, Docker provides isolation for containers. That isolation is not very strong. So I wouldn't trust it as much as I would trust a VM isolation, for example. The challenge there is that like you're running those containers ultimately on the host operating system. And if your kernel is out of date and there is some sort of kernel vulnerability, there's a good chance that it can be exploited from within one of the containers and be used for container escape and sort of takeover of the host operating system, which is much harder to do in a VM environment, because hypervisor, like, it's not running your applications, it's running the VMs, and the applications are running in the VMs, and kernels are independent. So VM escape ultimately is much harder than a container escape. And there's also some misconfigurations that are not very unusual within the Docker environments that can allow for container escapes, even if there's no kernel exploit, or even if your kernel is fully patched. So in terms of isolation, a lot of, like, security isolation specifically, a lot of companies don't trust containers to provide that isolation. There's also been quite a string of vulnerabilities specifically related to AI in the GPU drivers like NVIDIA and AMD and the like, that allowed for container escapes. And that kind of is another reason why that isolation often is not trusted. But as a general rule, it is safer typically to run something as a container than to run that something on your host operating system. You still get more isolation from things going wrong, and definitely usually relatively good isolation for the file system. Like, the containers will have their own virtual file system, so if they write a file, it doesn't overwrite things on your host operating system unless you explicitly want it to. And so from that perspective, it's safer than running the same tools on your machine directly. But there's no guarantee that containers are never going to be able to escape to the host.
Yeah, I mean, I've dealt with a lot of CTF exercises that deal with like Docker container escapes, but I've never encountered a single CTF exercise that involved VM escape.
Right.
But yeah, go on.
Yeah, there's been like maybe a handful in the past, but like VMs have been around for a long time, and they've been specifically created for strong isolation. Whereas, as I said, Docker was not. That's just a lucky side effect. Docker was created for software packaging.
Okay, I think we can get started with the demonstration. If any other questions arise, I will keep them. I'll keep them in my back pocket, and we'll wait for an appropriate time to ask them.
Sounds good. So I wanted to sort of demonstrate the basic commands that you might use with Docker. So I'm running this on my Mac OS. It doesn't matter. It doesn't feel like it, but everything that I'm going to run, all the containers are running in a VM that's running on my machine, but it feels like they're running on my host. And so I'll start with command docker version. This will give you, this is a good command to run to basically check that your Docker is correctly configured. So it will give you the version of the client. So that's like my CLI tool that I'm using, but also it will try to connect to the Docker service. And if it's successful, it will give you the version of the Docker service that it found. So everything's running smoothly. I was able to connect to the server, so we're basically ready to go. And with that, we're going to run our first container. So I'm going to launch it. So you start a container using docker run, and I'm going to specify hello world, which is in this case is a name of the image from which I want to start a container. So remember, images are templates for container. So I want to start a container using this hello world image. When I do that, you see that that image was not found on my machine locally, and Docker, it went to Docker Hub as kind of one of the Docker repositories to download it. And so it downloaded it automatically. So that's what this pull complete was, and it gave me the digest of that server. And then this output is the output of that container that I executed. So this is an example image that Docker created that's used to basically test, like if you need to run a simple image, you can use this. So we've executed our first image and first container. And then the thing that I want to show you is another command, which is Docker images. And Docker images lists what images you have available locally. So if I now search for that hello world image, whereas previously I didn't have it on my machine, but now I do. So if I run it again, it's still gonna run, but it's not gonna re-download it because I already have it locally, so it doesn't need to pull it again. So it's just gonna execute. So the other, having done that, let's run another container, and we're gonna use Alpine, which is a type of Linux distro for this container. And then I want to show you another command. And for that, I'm going to split my terminal into two. So I've got the Alpine container running on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, I'm going to run a docker ps command. And docker ps command will list any running containers that I have. And so here we see that container that I have running on the left-hand side. So we see that this container is based on Alpine image version 3. And we also can note that at the end here, Docker service gave this container a name. I can name containers that I start manually, but if I don't, the service will automatically generate names that just randomly generate a name that looks something like this. So another thing that I'll show you is if I add the -a to the Docker PS, so Docker PS will, by default, will list only containers that are running at this point of time. If I add -a, it will list all the containers that were ever created, even if they're stopped. So I had these two hello world containers that we started earlier, and we see that they still exist. They're just not running anymore. The other thing that I wanted to note is this -it flags. So this is in essence two flags, -i and -t, just combined into one. And -i stands for interactive. This means that I want to be able to interact with this container, like basically type in commands into the container. And -t says allocate a TTY so that it can sort of act as a shell. So this is what allows me to, like, in this container now, type commands into this Alpine distro essentially, and see the output and interact with that container. Now let's I'm gonna exit this container and I'm gonna start another one. Oh no, just a sec, go back. So I'll restart this Alpine 3, and I'll show you another command. So let's list the running containers again. So this new container, Docker service named Nervous Boar. So the new command that I want to show you is the exec command. An exec command allows you to execute commands in existing running containers. So -it has the same meaning as in Docker run. It allows me to interact with that command interactively. And so I'm gonna say I want to execute a command in this container, and that command, what I want to execute is shell. So this gives me a shell within that running container that I have here on the left. And I wanted to do this to show you that the life cycle of a Docker container is essentially linked to this very first command that gets started when container starts. And so even though I didn't specify any commands here, there's an implicit command that is configured within the container image. And so that's essentially in this case, it's shell. And that process is now running. But if I now exit this process, you can see that the additional things that I started in that container also exited because the main process exited, so the Docker container was stopped. Now, the other thing I want to show you is a new flag to run, which is -d, and that allows you to run containers as services in the background. So this is basically the opposite of -it. It sort of starts this container and then detaches from it, and it just runs there, and you don't get any prompt back. So I get my machine prompt back, and I get the identifier of the container that was just started. So if we check now Docker PS, we can see that container that I just started that runs this slip infinity command within the Alpine image is up, and it's been running for 12 seconds. So it does something, or rather I should say nothing. So we see that there's the strange boar name of this container. And the new command that I want to show you is a stop command. So if you have a container that's running, you can stop it by using docker stop and then container name or container ID. So I can use this name that was automatically generated, or this hex container ID that every running container also has. So with this, we're going to stop that container, and I'm going to show you that once this is done, we try to run docker ps again, and there's no running containers, but that container still exists. So if I do, I can restart the container by using start, and then if I do docker ps now, I see that it's running back again. So I can stop it again if I need to. All right, wanted to show you one more thing that is often useful when you run different tools using Docker, and that's yet one more flag to the run, which is --rm. So this also will start a hello world container, but rm tells Docker to automatically delete the container, remove it once it finishes executing. So let's just clean things up. I'm going to use docker rm command to basically remove all the previously started containers that I have lying around that I'm not using anymore. Strange. And then, okay. So I've removed all the containers. We have nothing running. And if I run this hello world container again with the --rm command, once it stopped executing, we no longer see it in the list of containers because it was automatically removed once it stopped. So these are essentially the very basics, that definitely the commands that you need to know if you work with Docker: how to start containers, how to list containers, and how to work with them, like start, stop, remove, and execute things within existing running containers. I'm going to pause for a minute to see if there's any questions.
Okay, so we've got a question going. We have a question from RP Goon. They ask, is a Docker image a predefined? Does a Docker image have predefined dependencies designed to run specific software?
Yeah, so Docker images are essentially software with bundled dependencies that the software needs. So it when you build a Docker image, you sort of install all the dependencies, then copy or install the software that you need, and that becomes the image. So that it's basically a portable version of that software that you can run anywhere where you have a Docker service.
And we have a comment from GroudXT on Twitch. They make a comment. I recently fixed this one issue more common on Windows. I had a container running, but it didn't show as running. It turns out that I had 2 Docker installations. I had to change context to remove it. Standalone Linux Docker got installed in WSL, and Docker Desktop for Windows conflicted with it.
Yeah, I can see that happening. That's a bit of an advanced topic, but yeah. So ultimately, when I run Docker, so this Docker command in itself doesn't do anything. All it does, it essentially connects to the Docker daemon and then sends the command, translates the command that I enter into API calls to Docker daemon, and then Docker daemon does all the work. So the CLI is basically this translation layer of translating the CLI parameters and commands that I enter into API calls to Docker. So from that perspective, the Docker CLI can be connected theoretically to different Docker daemons. Those Docker daemons even can be on different machines. You can tunnel Docker connections through SSH, for example, or even straight connect to other machines, which, by the way, I don't recommend for various reasons. But that means that you can have multiple contexts or like configurations to which Docker daemon the Docker CLI can connect. And again, I've never done it, but theoretically it's possible that you somehow ended up with 2 different installations of Docker in WSL and Docker Desktop, and then Docker CLI got confused where to connect to, but like switching context would resolve that. So that makes perfect sense.
Okay, and I don't think there are any more questions right now, but I just want to take this opportunity to shout out a couple of other subscribers to the YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Victor Rodriguez, for subscribing, and to AJ for subscribing. Thank you very much. All right, shall we continue?
Yeah, so now that we have the very basics out of the way, I wanted to talk about the first use case that I've seen Docker, security use case that I've seen Docker used in. And for that, imagine that you are trying to compile something for a really old version of an operating system. So that something could be an exploit or generally some old piece of software, and you need to figure out the header files and all the dependencies that you need. And it often is hard to compile something on a new version of the OS, or even across distros if you're typically running Kali or Ubuntu or something, but now you need to create an RPM package, let's say, to some specific version of Red Hat or something like that. It can be a nightmare. And so you can use Docker to do this. So in this case, I'm going to run a new container and I'm going to base it on this really old version that's no longer supported. It's end of life of the CentOS Linux distro. So I've started that container, and I can check the OS release file and see that it's telling me that this is CentOS 7, and I now have the library versions and the headers and whatnot of that operating system in this container, so I can compile my software here and then copy the binary off and use that binary elsewhere. One more thing that I wanted to show here, and this is to demonstrate what I was talking about, how Docker works. The fact that it's running a single kernel for all the containers is that CentOS, I don't know exactly what version of the kernel it was using, but you can imagine it's pretty old. It's already end of life. But if I run uname here, it's showing me a fairly recent kernel version, And that's just to show you that it's actually using the kernel that's on the host of that VM that Docker Desktop created for me. And there's no kind of CentOS kernel running here in the container. And that also means that you can't use this technique to compile kernel exploits or kernel modules, for example. It's just not going to work because the kernel is completely different. It has nothing to do with CentOS 7. So that's the first use case. And again, I'm going to pause for a sec to see if there's any questions. And I want to talk a little bit more afterwards about image tags.
Okay, so there's another question from RP Goon from YouTube. So the question is, I was actually going to ask about that, wondered if there would be a conflict between running Docker images on something like Arch and running the same image on another distro like Fedora or Debian.
No, there shouldn't be a conflict. One thing to keep in mind is the architecture of the hardware for which the image was created. So I'm running Docker on Mac OS, so it's ARM64 architecture. And when the image is built, architecture is like a label, and like there's a specific target architecture that the image was created for. And you cannot just by default run, let's say, AMD64 image on an ARM architecture unless you do emulation, which some Docker daemons can, but like if you're just running Docker engine on Linux machine, the architecture of the image has to match the hardware architecture of the host. Apart from that, Docker images are portable. So the whole idea is that you take the app, you package everything of the right version that the app needs so that you can run it anywhere, regardless of what operating system is installed there. So I can imagine occasionally that there might be conflicts. That would be the case if the application is dependent on specific kernel version, then it might not be fully portable. But in most cases, I personally have never seen problems like that. Like in most cases, images just run anywhere where Docker service is running. And that, as I said, that's ultimately the whole purpose of creating Docker, is so that images are supposed to be portable, accounted for hardware architecture though.
Okay, and we have a comment from GroutXT on Twitch, who mentions a recent kernel in an old operating system is very similar to my situation earlier. I had an older kernel that supported a removed feature and got the newer release of the distro working.
Right, and I'm not sure what the question is.
So GroutXT, if you could clarify what the potential question would be in that comment, we can re-ask the question. Thank you very much, GroutXT. But yeah, we can move on and then answer at a later time.
All right, sounds good. So this part confused me a little bit. Or I guess the terminology is specifically, not necessarily the images, but in Docker lingo, the names of the images are called tags, and sometimes people use term tag to kind of denote the whole image, or sometimes they use tag to denote this part after the semicolon. But ultimately, when I ran containers just now, I did something like docker run hello world, and hello world is the image name that I wanted to use as the template for my container. And that image name can actually have multiple formats, and that is to support different versions and also different registries. So if I just said Docker run Alpine, so Alpine would be the name of the image. If it's of this format, like there's no slashes, there's no .coms or semicolons here, like here in the later ones, that means that that image will be downloaded from Docker Hub. So this kind of simple names without any punctuation, that means Docker Hub. And then that optionally you can specify a specific version of that image after the semicolon. If you just say Alpine, Docker will assume that you mean Alpine semicolon latest, which is sort of the special tag that is given, that can be given, or it's a convention more than like a requirement. But if you don't specify any specific version of a tag, latest is always assumed. So Alpine and Alpine semicolon latest is the same thing typically. But tags are used to be able to pick which version of the image you want to run. So for example, there's like images of older Python distributions on Docker Hub, which are quite hard to get in like modern operating systems. Like Python 2.7 has been deprecated for a while, but you can still run it easily, fairly easily in Docker by specifying the 2.7 version of the Python image and that you want to run. Then there's this format of like some usernames, not kind of a host name, no like .com or anything, /image name. And so Alpine is official Docker Hub image that's maintained by Docker, the company. But you as a user can create an account on Docker Hub and publish images. And then those images will have the name format of username who published the image / the image name, and then / semicolon tag name that would be similar to like a tag here. So as an example, this rflatter / impacket, that's impacket image published by this user also in Docker Hub. And the third format, this is kind of the full format of an image name that is generic, is for images that you want to pull from repositories that are not Docker Hub. So for example, as I mentioned, GitHub runs their own image registry. AWS has image registry service. That's there's a public one and there's a private one. GCP, all the major cloud providers will offer that as a service. So offer registries where you can publish your own images. And the format for those will be the host name of the registry service. Optionally, port number. If you don't specify, it's gonna be assumed to be 443 using TLS. And then some name, and it could have like a path, like slashes in that name as well, like in this case, like username, image name. And then the tag kind of denoting the version number. So this last part is the full format for any custom image name that can be hosted on third-party repositories outside of Docker Hub.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So as far as where you're pulling the Docker images from is concerned, so is it possible for anybody to host like a Docker image, aside from like official repositories?
Yeah, absolutely. You can like deploy some server on, again, I don't know, DigitalOcean, and deploy container image registry software there and publish your own images.
So is it possible to do a supply chain attack by tricking people into pulling vulnerable Docker containers or running vulnerable Docker containers from arbitrary locations?
Possibly, but you need to convince people to pull your images. So typo squatting attacks, I can definitely see. That's why, like, Docker doesn't allow publishing. Like, these official image names are important in the sense that if the username is not specified, like in this case, right, down here, the username / image name, then you know that that's going to be official Docker Hub image. So it's not possible to typo squat Alpine because there's no slash. you basically, if you publish something on Docker Hub, your images will have the format of your username / and then the name that you control. But ultimately, it's possible to typo squat image names. So if somebody's pulling like rflathers in packet, and you do the same thing, but instead of L, you put an Y1 or something like that, like, and register that username on Docker Hub, and somebody mistypes that image name, it's possible that they'll pull your image. It's also quite interesting in the sense that it is possible that the AI tooling, and specifically the AI like coding tooling, created the typo squatting opportunity, because oftentimes there's like autocomplete that works when you like type things in your source code editor, and like if you somehow can predict or notice that some names appear more often than others, and those packages or those image names don't exist, and you somehow like register usernames or deploy some registry and register DNS names to kind of get those hits, that is another avenue for typo squatting or the supply chain attacks in general.
Thank you very much. I think that supply chain attacks are very interesting to me, because I've seen a couple of really big hacks that have happened in the last few years that depended on really that started with a supply chain attack. I think
Right.
SolarWinds was a supply chain attack initially, right?
I think so, yeah.
But let's continue.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to the terminal. If I can find it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the second use case is running different tools that have complex dependencies. So this is bread and butter of Docker, but there's a lot of security tooling that fits into this category, and you can use Docker to run your security tools without needing to install Kali Linux, etc. You can just run it even on like Mac OS. You can run a bunch of security tools and just use Docker for everything. So what I'm going to do is I've prepared some files here to show you what I have in the current directory. And I'm going to run an image that was built with Impacket tool installed. And before I run it, I want to kind of go through the new command line flags for run command that we haven't talked about. So --rm, -it we already talked about. So this next one, -v, that is for mounting your local file system from your host into the container, so that the files that you have on your host can be made available to the container. So in this case, I'm mounting the current directory, the one that contains all these 3 files, as /data path in the container. And I'm going to show you in just a bit to demonstrate that if we ls/data, we're going to see these files from the host. So it sort of becomes this virtual file system, if you will, within the container. The second flag we haven't seen yet is the -p flag, which allows you to map the port on your host into the container. So imagine if you want to run some service as a Docker container, let's say you want to run a web service as a Docker container. Now, when you start that on your host, you want anybody connecting to, let's say, port 80 on your host to be actually talking to the container that you're running. And this is what -p does. by default, when you run containers, that they get their own virtual IP stack. So any running service there is not a listening port on your host, so that you, again, the idea is that you kind of isolate different processes so they don't fight to each other. And this way, for example, you can run like 5 different web services at the same time without them fighting for being able to listen on port 80. They have their own kind of virtual network stacks, or network namespaces to be precise. And -p allows you to map a port on the host to a specific port on a specific container. So what this says is, if somebody connects to port 445 to my host, translate that to a connection to this container on the same port, and they don't have to match. In most cases, it's easy if they do match, but it's not a requirement. So we're going to start this in-packet container, and firstly, I'm going to show you that /data path that we mounted from my host. We see the files that I had in that directory from which I started the container in that /data path. So this means that we're now able to use these files within the container. And this is important because if I just list everything in this container, you see that this is not the file system of my host. Each container gets their own virtual file system with all of their dependencies, but also that means that every file that they write or read is going to be from within that virtual file system. So mounting of that path from my host into the container allows me to exchange exchange files between the host and the container. So within this container, I'm going to start a Samba server that's the script is part of the in-packet tools. So I've started Samba server here, and I'm going to split my terminal into 2 again and show you that we're going to run a different container and connect to that Samba server now from that different container. So for that other container, I'm going to use Alpine image. So we're going to work with Alpine. I'm going to need Samba client here. So by default, most of the images will come pretty stripped down. So there's not much in this Alpine image. So I need to install Samba client into this container. And once I'm done that, we're going to try to connect from this container on the right running Alpine image to this container on the left that's running a smbserver.py script that's part of in-packet tool. All right, the client is now installed, and I'm gonna start it. But one more thing that I wanted to explain is the special name, the host.docker.internal. This is a special DNS name that's available within containers to be able to connect to your host that's running Docker. So imagine your kind of host can have like different IPs. That IP might possibly even be dynamic and received through DHCP. So this special name always resolves to an IP address that exists on the host. And this is an easy way to connect from the container back to your host that's running that container. So I'm going to use that, so that data, uppercase data, that's how I named that Samba share on this left-hand side. And so when I connect here and I do an ls, I see all the files that I have in this container now shared through the Samba sharing using in-packet to the container on the right. So this essentially was a use case of running any tooling, including all the dependencies, without installing them onto your host as a Docker container. And in-packet is a specifically hard example for this, because at least last time I've checked, it still was using Python 2.7. It wasn't ported to Python 3. And so it was especially hard to install and run. And you can either build that container yourself or use one of the pre-made containers like I did here. So remember how we talked about the different image names? So in this case, sec.si is the username on Docker Hub that made this container, and the packet is the name of the image that we used. Now we're going to do very similar but slightly different example. So for this, I'm going to run just a plain vanilla Nginx container. So it's basically the same thing. I'm going to run it on port 80. So I'm mapping again port 80 from my host into the container. And then on the right-hand side, we're going to use Docker to run SQL map against this Nginx server. So here, most of this should be familiar to you by now. So this is the image name, and everything after the image name are essentially command line parameters that are passed to the container. So this essentially says, run this SQL map and pass -u and this URL as the parameter, as the CLI parameters to that SQL map. So when I execute it, you can see that it sent a bunch of requests to my Nginx container and basically ran a SQL map scan against it. And here again, we use that special name. You don't have to use the special name, like you can use IP address and whatnot, but this is an easy way for me to connect back to my host. All right. Any questions about this?
Okay, so we've got we have a comment from GroudXT on Twitch. He mentions, in general Linux practice, you should do most things as an unprivileged user, yet Docker containers tend to run everything as root, even when they don't need to. Sure, it's in the container namespace. Is there a security implication of this practice?
There definitely is. So this goes back to, from time to time, you will see CVEs that allow container escapes. And for a lot of those, one of the dependencies is that the container is running as root. Not all the CVEs work if you are running unprivileged containers. There were 3 new CVEs within the last 3 weeks or so that allowed container escapes, and all of them required container to run as root. So it definitely is a best practice to not run containers as root, but at the same time, and unfortunately that is the case, probably 80% of the container images, even official container images that I've seen, are using root still. So I guess sometimes you can't really escape that, but definitely if you are building your own images, just account for it. It's not really super complicated. And another thing is, and I don't want to, I'm not going to dive deep into that, but there's this feature in Docker that's called user namespacing, which allows you to give the impression to the container that it's running as root, but in reality map that virtual root user to an unprivileged user on the host. So that sort of gives you best of both worlds. You don't need to rebuild your containers and use any image, even if it's been configured to run as root. But at the same time, that image is going to be running as unprivileged user.
Okay, I think that's all for questions right now. Let us continue.
Sounds good. So next thing I want to dive into is container images. And as I said, there's other ways to build container images. There's other build systems that are available now, but traditionally, and in most cases, what you'll see is there's files called Dockerfile, which contains directives, like step-by-step directives, instructions to Docker telling it to how to build the image, and you basically create this file and then you run docker build, and it will read the file, execute these steps, and as a result you'll get an image. And so a typical Docker file might look something like this. They always start with the from directive, and that defines a base layer for the image. In majority of the cases, you will use some pre-existing base layer if you're building your own images. So it could be something like a specific programming language like Python or Golang or GCC or something like that. It could be like a stripped down base operating system like Alpine or Ubuntu or Debian. Or if you want to start completely from scratch, and I don't really recommend it, at least not to begin with, you can do from, and then instead of doing like Python something or Ubuntu, you put Scratch here, and that means that it starts as an empty image. But that also means that any auxiliary file, like for example, etc passwd or anything like that, that Linux needs to be able to run, you have to provide. And so building images from scratch is not super easy, but it's possible, and it's not super complicated when you're using a language like Go, for example, where you can easily compile like a static binary that doesn't need much outside of the binary itself. And so it's possible, it's harder. So in majority of the cases, what you'll see or what you'll start with is one of these kind of common base images like Python or Debian and whatnot. And then you can have other commands, and common commands include, or directives include run. Run will essentially runs command within that image as it is at that point of time. So in this case, for example, we're installing zlib dev and muzzle dev and a bunch of other packages where we can be creating directories using run. Copy will copy files from the current directory where you're building, or strictly speaking from the build context directory. But ultimately, this is a directive to copy files into the image, and typically this would be for like source code or config files or whatever that you created that you want to be part of the image. Workdir works as a CD, basically says, well, from now on, this is the directory that you're working in. And then at the end, you will often see either CMD or entry point command, and that essentially tells Docker what command to run when the container is started. So in this case, it runs Python. Now, looking at this Docker file, one thing that's useful to understand is container images are actually consistent of layers. And those layers correspond pretty much one-to-one to the directives within the Docker file. So imagine like from being this from directive being the bottommost layer, and then the result of executing this run command is going to be the next layer, and the result of executing the next run command is going to be the layer up, and so on. So they kind of stack on top of each other, and the end result is what you see in the container. But the important point here is that unless you do something special, all those layers are present in the image. What this means is if you added a file at some point of time as one of these run directives or copy directives and deleted that file at a later point of time in a different directive, that file is still part of the image. So that means that it, on one hand, it takes up space, so your image could be smaller if you didn't add the file in the first place. But also it means that if you, for example, copy some secrets, be it passwords, SSH keys, or like credentials or anything like that, and then deleted them, they're still present in the image and can be discovered. And so related to this, let me show you a related demo. Okay, so we'll start with the image build process. So I've got an example Docker file here that I'm going to show you. So this is fairly simple. So we start with this Kali Linux image, or Kali-rolling image. This is official Kali Linux Docker image that is fairly slim to begin with, so it doesn't contain a lot of tools. And so we start with that, but then we use apt-get to install top 10 tools and also word lists and also netcat. And then we change the work directory to /root, and then we execute bash as the default command for that image. So we have this Docker file in the current directory. And now to build that image, I'm going to use a docker build command. So start with docker build. -t tells Docker what to name the image. T stands for tag. So I want to name this image Kali-top10. If you remember, by default, what this will mean is it will also give it the latest tag after the semicolon. So I can emit it. It's the same thing. And then dot is the build context. So this is where the files that are copied into the image are going to be coming from. But also in this case, it's the directory where docker build will be looking for the Docker file. So when I do this, and it might take a little bit of time, but ultimately what's happening is Docker goes through all of those directives from top to bottom and executes them. And at the end, I will get an image that will be the result of all of those executions. So now this image is built, and I'm gonna run it and see that we have all the tools that we needed. And as part of this, I'll show you a couple extra possibly useful command line switches to Docker run. So the first one is this --net equal host. What this does is it tells Docker to not use networking namespacing. Basically, don't give the container a separate network stack. Reuse the host network in the container. That means that the container is going to be able to see all the IP addresses on the host name of the host, and things like that. And so with the --net equal host, you don't need, for example, the -p directives, because all the open ports, etc., will be shared between the host and this container. Another thing that I'm adding here is by default, Docker will disable certain capabilities, basically admin privileges within Linux kernel when it runs containers. And I'm telling it to re-add the net_admin capability, because we're going to run nmap, and nmap assumes that that privilege is going to be available. So apart from that, everything else should be familiar. This Kali-top10 widget, that's the image we just built. So even though it's named to look like an official image, because I locally built it and it's available in my local image cache, Docker is not going to go out and try to download it. It's going to use the locally built version that I've just created. So now we are in this Kali Linux containers, and we're going to run some tools. Let's say we want to see if port 443 is open on google.com, which I hope it is. So that was successful. We see that nmap executed showed us that the port is open. As another demo, I can try to run John the Ripper against that password.txt file that I also mapped. As you can see here, I used the same -v command as we used for impacket. So I mapped this password.txt file that contains some password hash, and we're going to run John the Ripper that's available in this container to crack it. So we've recovered our password. And the last thing I'll demonstrate is we're gonna create a netcat listener here, and then I'm gonna use I'm gonna connect to it from my host. So this IP is the private IP of my host, and I'm using curl to connect to that port that I just started netcat with, and we see that it received the HTTP request from the curl. Okay, so that was a demo of building images. Ultimately, I think what the message here is that building Docker images is not rocket science. These Docker files are not that hard to read and not that hard to create. So if you're thinking about, oh, I've got some tool, it's a nightmare to install, but I want to make it portable, it's definitely possible that you'll be able to figure it out quite easily and write a Docker file and build a Docker image and never have to reinstall it ever again. Just run it anywhere you have Docker. The last thing I wanted to show is the demonstration of the Docker of the layers in Docker images. So this was actually one of the CTF challenges that we ran. This was, I don't know, 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago as part of Besides Vancouver. So we have this Docker Peekaboo image that was created for the challenge. And so just to show you what's in the image, I'm going to start it, and I'm running just shell within that image. And I want to show you that in the root of that container, there's no file called flag.txt. The CTF challenge was to find a flag that's buried, that's somewhere in that image. So if I just run it as a container, the flag doesn't exist in that file system. What we're going to do next is we're going to use a tool called Dive. And Dive is a tool that basically allows you to explore what's in the images, and it also shows you the layer structure of those images. So I'm going to walk now through these layers and show you that each layer does kind of add something to the image, and you can see that. So this step that had a bunch of commands executed created all of these files in the image, and then next step or next layer created this Docker entry point.sh, and then this next step created some additional file in the docker-entry point.d directory. And as we explore those layers, we'll find that one of the layers dropped the flag.txt to the root of the file system, and then something else happened. The index.html was copied to the image, and then as a subsequent step, the /flag.txt was removed from the image, and that's why we don't see it in the container, because the container sees the end result of all of those images layered, or all of those layers on top of each other. But that layer that added the flag.txt is still there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to export that image as a tar file. So ultimately, Docker images are tar files, and the tar files connect all of those layers and connect instructions to Docker daemon on how to kind of layer them on top of each other. So we've saved this image as this image.tar file. And then we're going to extract it. And then we're going to, because I know what layer that file is in, I'm just going to extract that specific layer that the flag was in. And now I can just, I can display what was in the flag. So bottom line and kind of takeaway here is that Docker images contain or are consist of layers. Layers don't go away. They're just like stacked on top of each other. So if you copy something and then remove, chances are it's still going to be there in the image. So you need to be really careful how you layer or how do you structure your Docker files from that perspective, especially if you're copying and then removing something sensitive. All right, that's all I had for today. I hope this was useful, and hopefully this will give you a nudge to explore Docker some more. It's a super useful technology, and you'll definitely gonna encounter it, especially if you work in tech or if you work with any like developers or shops that run or build their own software. But it's also useful, even if you don't, it's also useful for running arcane tools or exploring arcane Linux distros locally without the whole kind of installing a VM and doing that.
Well, thank you very much, Airman, for doing that demonstration for us. I think I've got one or two more questions I'd like to ask you before we wrap up for the day, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, let me just turn off the viewing in Discord. And then I'll grab the, I've got like maybe two questions. So the first one is one that we hear all the time, and seeing as how there's a lot of people who are trying to get into cybersecurity on the channel here, what is the general advice that you would give to people who are trying to get into cybersecurity? You know, somebody comes up to you at a conference, they say, "Hey, I'd really want to get into cybersecurity. What should I do first? Or what should I do next?" That kind of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll probably just reiterate a couple of things that we sort of talked about already. One is it helps to, if you can decide what type of role you are interested in, that helps from the perspective that you can work backwards from that role to understand what skills you need to get there. So that's kind of one thing that I think is useful. The other thing is networking is super important. I don't know if these stats are correct, but I've heard stats that up to 80% of jobs don't get posted publicly and are filled through private referrals or referrals in general. So knowing people in the field is very useful. And thirdly, if you want to differentiate yourself, it's going to be hard to, if you're trying to enter a new field and you're like, well, I don't have any skills, so put your faith in me. I'll get up to speed. Versus if you can find a way to gain experience, be it a side project or CTFs or something else that you can show that you actually are capable of learning on your own and you will be successful. So doing that, giving that confidence to the hiring manager that you'll be able to do this job, although you haven't done it before, and finding ways to demonstrate that is another thing that you need to think about. I would say Vancouver's community is very active. There's so many different meetups, and this is not just cybersecurity. This is like tech in general. you can basically find a meetup on almost any topic. But cybersecurity in general, there's a number of meetups that are super useful. If you just want to go and meet people, there's VanCitySec social meetup once a month. If you're interested in like learning more technical things or things about AppSec, there's DC604 DEF CON group or OASP Vancouver chapter. There's others as well. If you're, for example, interested in GRC, there's ISACA meetup that focus more on governance and audit and compliance kind of thing. I find them useful. I also highly recommend going to conferences. Not all the conferences are expensive, and so grassroots and not vendor affiliated conferences are often cheap. And there's B-sides in a lot of, even small towns. There's one in Vancouver, but there's also one in Victoria on Vancouver Island. There's one in Seattle, but they're all over the place. So if you can, find a conference that's not very expensive, but that is focused on not sort of marketing, presenting latest, vendor products, but rather on people in the community sharing their knowledge and giving back to the community. And there are a lot of conferences like that. I think kind of those two things is finding your local scene, if you can, finding online community that resonates with you, and talking to people there, and then finding conferences that are not like less marketing, more useful things that you can learn.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for answering all the questions and doing the demonstration today, Airman. I really appreciate all the effort. And so before we wrap up, I was just wondering if you wanted to promote yourself or promote some sort of event going on for our audience of over 100 viewers. Thank you very much to everybody who's watching.
I mean, if you are in Vancouver or somewhere close by, all of those meetups that I mentioned, I do recommend attending, or pick one that's more relevant to you in terms of topics. There's also a social event this Wednesday that's kind of becoming our Christmas tradition, if you will. It's the third one that we run. So we're going to have well over 100 people, close to 200 people, I think, this year there. So that's another kind of networking opportunity if you're in the area that you definitely don't want to miss. But ultimately, all the meetups that I mentioned, I do recommend. I've kind of attending pretty regularly, most of them, maybe not all, but most, and they're definitely useful.
Oh, and yeah, so if anybody wants to catch up with what you've been doing, are you okay sharing your social links, or like Twitter or LinkedIn or anything else like that?
I haven't been active on Twitter, but most of the time I'm on local Slack for cybersecurity people. We call it Mars Slack. Mars is an organization that runs besides Vancouver. So if you're there, hit me up for sure. Airman 604, that's my handle in most kind of social media platforms. I haven't been active on Twitter, but I've been migrating slowly to Blue Sky lately, so you can find me there as well.
Okay. Would you be okay sharing your blog?
Um, there was a blog that I had quite some time ago. Again, I'm not active there anymore, so I'm kind of thinking about what would be useful to share.
Oh, I mean, no worries, no worries. Thank you very much for your time today, and yeah, thank you very much to the participants in chat for asking your questions. We were all about interaction over here, and yeah, so let's thank you very much, Airman, and I think we're gonna have to go pretty soon because I'm running way over schedule for what I usually do on my live stream.
Right.
But
Well, it's
I'm
been a pleasure. Happy to be here, and happy that you've built such a active community and a lot of questions. I loved it. And I think somebody was asking about Discord. Yeah, you can find me as Airman604 on Discord as well.
Oh, true. Yeah. Airman is on the HackerFrogs Discord, so you can always is it all right if people send you a message from there?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. All right. So, shall we call it then?
Sounds good. Good night, all.
All right. Thank you very much, Airman. We'll catch you next time.
Sounds good. Cheers.
All right, everybody, thank you very much for coming by. Let's answer some of the questions in chat. Which language do you recommend? C# and Java, or Python. It really depends on what you're doing. Prashank Panta, thank you very much. And Discord. Yeah, we've got Discord. Let me give you the Discord link. Discord, right there. All right, let's talk about what we're doing next time. So today was Monday, and Wednesday we're canceling the stream because we've got a social event going on Wednesday. So unfortunately, no stream then, but on Friday we're going to be doing all of the Advent of Cyber stuff from TryHackMe. We've got 4 days to catch up on that day. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Network Hacking Session number 5, and we're going to be doing a special OSINT challenge that talks about the Louvre robbery over in Paris, and we're going to be talking about how we can use OSINT to identify some interesting facts about that particular crime. All right, so let's see if we can find somebody to raid on Twitch. I don't usually stream this late, but it was a special occasion. Let's take a look. Okay, your cyber doctor is online. So your cyber doctor is a doctor. I think he's located in Spain. And he's trying to transition from being a doctor to cybersecurity. Or at least I think that's the case. We're going to raid into them. It's Brody says, raid Kevin Milo. Who is Kevin Milo? Okay, let me search. I'll do it on another screen. Just a second. Kevin Milo, Twitch. Okay, what does Kevin Milo do? I don't know if Kevin Milo really aligns with what we do, because we do cybersecurity stuff. Let's raid into your cyber doctor. Okay. GradXT says, I've heard healthcare people getting into IT and cyber. It's interesting because troubleshooting methodology is similar. Just chatting, don't know. Didn't know if it had to be what you do. Usually we try to raid into people who do something similar to what we do. But thank you very much for the suggestion, Hits Brody. Maybe next time. But everybody, thank you very much for coming by. We'll be back on Friday. No stream on Wednesday, unfortunately. But have yourselves a great rest of the week. And we're ready to raid. Everybody, thank you very much. HackerFrogs out in 3, 2, 1. See you next time.